I can speak now. I can speak now. Okay, now to adjust the thing behind me. Give me a moment. Okay. Should be good. Unless that's a problem. Ugh. Okay. Oh, my hair. Someone's sticking out. Okay. That's weird. That's weird. Ugh. Okay. Sorry the stream is a little late. I had a lot to do today, so they took a lot longer than expected. On the upside, look at what I got in the mail. Let's make it together, shall we? What's going on, gang? How we doing? I hear it's a little late for some of y'all. I hear it's a tad late for some of y'all. It's like, damn, why are you guys awake? 1:30 a.m.? Dude, go to sleep. Where the hell are you awake? Go to bed. Just check out the stream later. I'll stream again tomorrow. There's no need to worry. Hey, we're doing something different today. We're building stuff today instead of immediately talking about the subject matter. Oh, God. Yeah. It was a little harder than I expected. I gotta be like extra careful because I don't want to break this fucking acrylic stand shit. Ugh. Okay. 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 It's good. It's good. One's in. Let's start with mommy. But yeah, I got some stuff in the mail. Right now I'm saving up to try and get a Switch 2 before the prices go up for them, because that would suck. I'd like to actually have the console before the price goes up for it, so I'm just paying bills and saving up for it. How's everybody doing? Everybody dandy? Everybody wonderful? Did you fall for the clickbait that is the title / not really clickbait because it's kind of accurate but not really at the same time? Well, so yeah, no, like the whole thing. What is that you're pulling out? Well, I am making this. So hold on, let me finish. Just finishing up. What I'm pulling out is the characters from their little thing. Okay. Yeah, so like when they made these, I wasn't a huge fan of the actual designs, but the chibi art looked really fucking cute. So I'm like, you know what? I want to support this in some way. I'll get the chibi art. So I got the chibi art. I thought the chibi art was like actually adorable, but I didn't like the actual art that they made. I thought the actual art like looked very meh in comparison to like Reiji's bunny girls. But the this art, no, this is adorable. So this, I was just like, okay, I will commit to this. And I bought, and it came with like all of them. It wasn't that expensive. I think it's because it's kind of small. It's not that big. Okay, it is complete. Da-da! Kanojo Okurashimasu, says it in English. I just noticed the boobs. Look closely at the boobs. Look at those boobs. They're so goofy. They're so goofy. But like the models themselves actually look okay. You know. It also came with like two things. Let me grab them. It came with like two other things. I gotta find a place for this thing. Man, I really gotta put up the old one. I had a different green screen that was like bigger, but took up more space. And then it came with this, and it came with this. They're fine. You know, I'm not a huge fan of these. They're okay. And then I also got volume 45 in the mail. It didn't come with the extra thing. There's Kazuya on the back. Right. Chizuru's locking in. Look at Kazuya kissing a fucking soccer ball because this is the chapter where Chizuru goes to play futsal. And then lastly, I got this. I got this. Well, one of the last ones I needed. I was missing one of the last ones, and I found it and I got it. Okay. So with that said, that stuff's done. Oh gosh darn dang it. Is it that side? No, this side. No, it's that side. Every time. Yep. I definitely got to do something about the green screen. Oh, in other news, I saw the Devil May Cry anime, and it is shit. I actually had a fucking migraine by the end. What the fuck? I got a fucking migraine by the end. That's actually impressive. They gave me a goddamn migraine. Dude, what the fuck? The way they mischaracterize Virgil is actually kind of impressive. Like, holy shit. Way to just like absolutely butcher Virgil's character. Like completely and utterly. Way to like miss the point of the beauty that is Devil May Cry and just make it into the shallow shell that is Eddie Shankar. Anywho, um had many said owie instead of I instead of koi. Oh, that's what you meant. And not I, it's not owie, it's I instead of koi when she confronts Chizuru about the ghosting. Would things have changed or stayed the same? I really don't know. I really don't know. Um I is a romantic form of love. It's desire. And what makes that particular choice of word interesting is how I don't know, it kind of like freaks Chizuru out initially, like when she says it. Like there's a lot of subtlety in the manga version of the 3 month confrontation that is just not caught in the anime. Like some of it is there, absolutely, but you can see that Minnie is speaking so I'm starting to like see Minnie a little bit differently. Like the more we continue, and like Minnie is kind of written to not to almost be like the kind of the representative of the audience, but not in the way that she's literally us, but rather like someone who reads manga. And I think I've mentioned this before. And in that particular scene with Chizuru, she's literally you don't understand how many times I went to the internet, where I went to Reddit, I went to Twitter, and everyone's saying Minnie is saying what we're all thinking, right? Minnie's talking the truth. Minnie's saying the real thing. And that's really fascinating to me because Minnie is speaking truth about that particular thing. Like she's answering the right question. So sorry. She's answering the question correctly. It's the wrong question. Right? Like what she's answering is correct. Why am I slowing down so much? Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Okay, you gonna catch up? You gonna catch up? What's going on? Jeez. Okay, I'm gonna reset it. Okay, gonna reset it. There we go. It should be good now. Good enough, maybe? Fine, good enough. I just won't worry about it. I just won't worry about it. You know what? You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. You guys are gonna see the background. Fuck it. You guys are seeing the background. It's been a hot minute. You probably haven't seen the background in a while. I also gotta adjust the mic. Give me a second. Okay, it seems like this is something. There's a lot of shit I gotta start fixing, including the mic. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. It's just like hanging like this, just awkwardly hanging like this. Like I guess this could work. We'll just leave it hanging awkwardly like this. I despise it though. It's kind of annoying as hell. Whatever. This will have to do. Like maybe like nope, that's not working. Give it. Gaboosh. Gablooey. Oh, maybe I could do that. Man, I'm having all sorts of issues today. Okay. This works. Okay. This is fine. This works. Okay. Shit, what was I saying? Oh yeah, like the whole thing with the 3-month time skip, where it's like, again, Minnie's like answering the question correctly. She's answering the wrong question, and so a lot of people end up ultimately agreeing with Minnie about the 3 months, not recognizing both of the characters are victims. Okay, and they're both dealing with it in different ways. Chizuru is a victim who wants to open up about what she's been through. Kazuya is a victim who wants to isolate, because he's scared of getting hurt again. And the reason he's scared of getting hurt is not Chizuru. Chizuru is just the catalyst, right? The reason Kazuya is so scared of getting hurt, it's not Chizuru. Chizuru is merely the catalyst. The real reason he's afraid of getting hurt is because of what happens in Hawaiians. His family fucked him up. Okay? Kibe messed him up. Nagomi messed him up. Mommy messed him up. Okay? Like Chizuru was always the catalyst. Even the rejection that happens in Hawaiians is just the catalyst. Because remember, how did the rejection happen? Right? Like you gotta really pay careful attention to how the rejection happened. Right? It happened because Kazuya runs after Chizuru right after Nagomi unintentionally guilts him. Right? And then what happens during the confrontation itself? Kazuya's family fucks him up. In his efforts to protect Chizuru, nobody notices that he's in fucking pain. Everybody's so busy being mad, they don't notice he's fucking hurt. Right? And then Chizuru saves him. But then Kazuya doesn't notice Chizuru's hurt in his attempt to confess. What does he do? He tries to go talk to her again and just immediately assumes she fucking hates him. Why? Because everybody else hates him. And so what the scene does, the brilliance of the framing of the scene is that the immediate framing is that Chizuru is hurting him, right? And the anime does this really effectively, where they make Kazuya look like shit. Okay, they make him look like garbage. But then the real beauty of the scene comes from the subtlety of the dialogue. Where if you really pay attention to the subtlety of the dialogue, you start noticing like certain things that are just like not adding up, and you're like, wait, what the fuck? This doesn't make any sense. And Minnie, not having the full information, can't piece it together, and you listening to Minnie is the problem. And I think what Reishi's doing now is he's kind of taking this and flipping it on its head for the current events of the manga, where we currently are right now. It's kind of the important part of chapter 424, I believe, where 424 is very much about like this idea of flipping Hawaiians, flipping the 3-month time skip. The 3-month time skip has essentially been taken and flipped on its head, where what's going on is essentially, how how do I describe it? It basically, all the positions are like kind of inverted, where Chizuru is not talking to Kazuya, and Kazuya is essentially placed in Chizuru's position, and Ruka is his stalker. Okay? In contrast, it kind of looks like the 3 months at the same time, right? Chizuru looks like she's having a grand old time while Kazuya is suffering, right? Isn't that literally the framing? And most people, when they see the 3-month time skip, this is their immediate reaction. You look at Kazuya's place, it's a fucking dump. He looks terrible. He hasn't shaved. He's not taking care of himself. He literally physically looks terrible. You go to Chizuru, her place is in mint condition. She seems perfectly fine. In fact, the manga, I would argue, the anime doesn't really do a really good job of this. The anime doubles down on, the manga doubles down on this idea of the Ice Queen, right? It doubles down on this idea of Chizuru looking like an Ice Queen. Like we talked about this when the episode came out, right? Where we see Chizuru in chapter 234, and literally, how does she look here? She looks like a fucking Ice Queen. But look at the context of the scene, right? You got to look at the context of the scene. What the fuck's actually going on in here? Let me move myself here. This looks better, I think. Yeah, what the fuck's actually going on in the context of this scene? She's looking at a goddamn carrot. She's looking, this is hilariously cute. But she herself looks like an Ice Queen. So visually, you're not taking this scene seriously. But she literally looks like an Ice Queen. And then she puts the carrot back, but then if you zoom in and look at her, she's fucking adorable. What the hell is this? So literally, Kazuya's words are being reinforced to you, but the scene itself is contradicting it. And it all leaves you with that question of, what the fuck? Why is all this happening? The reality of the situation is simply this. What's actually happening is an illusion. What's actually happening in the 3-month time skip is a fucking illusion. You are being tricked, and you don't realize it. What do I mean? Kazuya is reaching out to Chizuru, but he's the one who's walling up. Chizuru is not reaching out to Kazuya, but she's the one who wants to open up. It's a paradox. It's literally a visual paradox. Chizuru wants to talk to him, she just doesn't know how. Kazuya goes to talk to Chizuru, but he gives himself every excuse not to, in a direct way. Did you notice that? Every single approach he takes is not direct. It's very indirect. And this becomes a repeating pattern after the 3-month time skip. Why? Because during the events of Hawaiians, Kazuya was very, very direct. And everybody fucked him up for it. Every single person fucked him up for being direct. Everybody. They messed him up for being direct. So what do you notice after the 3-month time skip? He's always kind of like very indirect about what he's trying to say and do. It's very not Kazuya. And that is literally the whole point of the 3 months. The 3 months, he knocks on her doorbell, but what was his reasoning? He was going to use the pamphlet as an excuse. We all know why you're fucking here. Why are you pretending? Right? Why are you pretending it's anything other than the kiss? Right? We all know why you're here. You know why you're here. Chizuru absolutely fucking knows why you're here. Why are you pretending it's for the pamphlet? You think to yourself, well, he's just doing it to like ease tension, not to freak her out. Dude, we are so way past that point. We are way past that point. No. You don't approach like when something that serious happens, you don't approach it with, "Hey, let's talk about this." You're like, "Hey, is it okay if we talk?" Right? I really want to talk. Not, "Here's a pamphlet that I got from you for months ago just so I can have a reason to talk to you." You know? In that same way, you could flip it on Chizuru. Chizuru has no idea how to approach him. And we talked about why Chizuru can't approach him. Chizuru literally can't approach him because every single reason she gives is a reason that was tossed at her, whether it be because of the family, mommy, or Ruka. Every single one. And these are, she's been literally conditioned she can't approach him. So she doesn't know how. Kazuya is the one who's actually walling up. Chizuru isn't actually walling up. Her umbrella's closed. She literally can't open her umbrella. Right? She can't open her umbrella. She has no defenses. She's defenseless. She can't fucking do it. She's literally a rain woman who can't open her umbrella. She's literally defenseless. So the whole point is that Chizuru is defenseless. Kazuya starts putting up defense. And no better scene perfectly highlights that than when we were watching the anime. And it's right here. When Minnie shows up at Kazuya's place, your face is, well, here she says Lal Kila. I don't know if that's the same thing, but she literally calls him the Red Fort. In this scene, Minnie literally calls Kazuya, you look as red as the Red Fort, which is a fortress in India. Okay? Then, she talks to him about Chizuru's fortress coming down. The walls of her fortress are about to fall. No, they're gonna fall any minute now as she looks at Kazuya fortifying himself, putting up barriers. What does Kazuya do in response? He literally covers himself up. He can't break into her house. Okay, there's a very, very easy explanation for this. She is avoiding him, quote unquote, but she's not going anywhere. That's the thing. That's the thing. She's not actually fully avoiding him. Chizuru literally doesn't go anywhere. And Kazuya specifically highlights that he knows her schedule. Kazuya's they're technically avoiding each other. I would argue Chizuru just doesn't know how to approach him. Kazuya is actually avoiding her. That's my argument. She's not avoiding him as much as you think she is. Kazuya is actually avoiding her a little more. And the reason I can say that is because Minnie just kind of walks up to her and then she lets her into her house. Minnie ends it in a day, whereas Kazuya couldn't do it in 3 months. That sounds a little fucking weird. Yes, Chizuru is avoiding him a little bit. You're not wrong. She is. She admits to it. She says she's doing it because of Ruka. She feels bad over Ruka. A lot of the reasons she says sound like excuses. They're not. They come from her guilt. She is avoiding him, but that's the thing. She's not avoiding him like he's avoiding her. He's like actually fully avoiding her. He's not confronting her directly. She literally just doesn't know how to confront him. Right? So they're inversions. They're inversions of each other. And that's the thing. I'm not saying he can break into her house. He has options. For example, he could have just stood in front of her door and waited. Oh, but he's a stalker for that, right? He's done it before. She forgave him. Kazuya's technically stalked her twice. Now 3 times in the manga. She forgave him. Him standing in front of her door is not an issue. He could have texted her a serious text. He never does. Did you notice that? Right? Kazuya tells Minnie he texted Chizuru a whole bunch. That was a lie. That was a lie. He didn't. He texted her once. He sent her a single text asking about the pamphlet that he was going to give her back. He didn't say afterwards, hey, why are you avoiding me? Can we talk? Never said that. What did he do? He went to rental. That's why that didn't work. Now, to be fair, there comes a point where that becomes an excuse, right? This is where Minnie's somewhat correct. There comes a point where that becomes an excuse, you know? Chizuru, you can't just keep avoiding him. Like, yeah, okay, you feel bad over rental. You have to confront your bad side, right? That's essentially what people don't realize that Minnie did. Minnie helped Chizuru essentially confront her bad side, where Chizuru's just like, I'm a bad person. This proves I'm a bad person. She's essentially doing a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? What Chizuru was doing was pretty much a self-fulfilling prophecy, which is exactly what Kazuya was doing. He was in his own self-fulfilling prophecy, where, oh, she must be avoiding me. She's not agreeing to all of these things. That means she must be avoiding me. Chizuru is like, he's hurt because of me. I hurt Ruka. I hurt this. I'm avoiding him. Therefore, I'm a bad person. I can't text him back. Therefore, I'm a bad person. So it's literally just a self-fulfilling prophecy for both characters, where Chizuru is proving to herself that she's a terrible person. Kazuya is proving to himself that Chizuru hates him, right? Both of them stem from a sense of self-loathing created as a byproduct of Mami, Ruka, and Kazuya's family. Okay? So they are literally parallels. They are both victims. Both characters are literally victims. They are parallels of each other. They are like inverted parallels of each other. Okay? What you don't realize is that, for example, with Kazuya, like I was highlighting before, what Kazuya did is he knocked on her door twice. He didn't know if she was there. He kind of felt like she was there, but he didn't know for a fact, right? And if she's avoiding him, well, oh, maybe she hates him. Well, no, she fucking kissed you. She protected you. She said she didn't want that. Like, she's not going to just let things happen to you. She's going to take responsibility too. So this doesn't make sense. And then Chizuru's never hated you before. You've done shit that would make other people hate you, and she never hated you. Do you see how, like, when you break down the thought process and you as the reader understand what the fuck Kazuya has been through, it doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Then you go into, okay, he texted her once. She didn't respond. Okay, that is shitty. She didn't respond, but he texted her a weird text that wasn't very direct. So she didn't know how to respond. Okay, you see how both of them are kind of trapped in that limbo. Kazuya then proceeds to do a fuckload of rental over and over and over and over again. And because she doesn't respond to rental, which he thinks is the best solution, right? It must mean she hates him because she's always agreed to rental in the past, except he's not taking into account what happened in Hawaiians and the whole point of Hawaiians, which was that Hawaiians was founded on the idea that Chizuru stole his money and that she was a villain for taking his money. So naturally, the scene intentionally frames it as Chizuru is the perpetrator and Kazuya is the victim. That's how Kazuya frames it. And Chizuru believes this because she's literally been conditioned by Mami and Ruka that she is the perpetrator, that she is the one hurting him. Every single line of dialogue she speaks is literally exactly what they said, verbatim. Literally what they fucking said, verbatim. Almost like she's literally been conditioned she's a horrible person. And she proves that to herself in not talking to him. She wants to talk to him, she can't talk to him, so she's stuck in this paradox where she's actively proving to herself she's a terrible person. And Minnie eventually calls her out on it where she's like, okay, but you really will become a bad person if you don't confront this. Minnie solves the issue without realizing what she did. Minnie solves the issue without realizing what she did. She doesn't know Chizuru is a victim, right? But she essentially acts as a motivating force for Chizuru that was necessary. But you'll notice every time Minnie tries to be a motivating force for Kazuya now, it never works. Not a single fucking time. It never works unless she relays information from Chizuru. That is the only time it's worked. The only time. Did you notice that? Chizuru is his sole motivator. Minnie can't motivate him. No matter what Minnie does, she cannot motivate him, ever. She can only pull him down or lift him up depending on what Chizuru says. That's it. She can never, ever motivate him. She always tells him things. He looks like he's motivated. He doesn't do it. He'll only do it if it means not actually confronting Chizuru. Every single fucking time. It's the Kazuya's lack of confrontation, him putting up walls, is literally his defense mechanism, right? His defense mechanism is literally to constantly put up walls. The problem is where we are in the manga right now, these walls don't work anymore. Okay? These walls he's putting up don't work anymore. And this acts as a direct parallel to Chizuru, whose walls literally don't work anymore. Literally, that was the visual symbolism of the 3 months. Her walls don't work anymore. Right? And she's terrified. She's very vulnerable, and she's terrified to be vulnerable again because every single person abused her vulnerability, including Kazuya without realizing. Every single person abused Chizuru's vulnerability when she was trying to be vulnerable, right? She'll have one moment where, for instance, when she's in the pool, she drops her swimsuit, right? Chizuru drops her swimsuit in the pool, and Kazuya helps her get the swimsuit and he puts it back on, right? And he even ties it for her, right? She trusted him with her vulnerability. This was something that was introduced in the cheer up date. In the cheer up date, Chizuru learned to let herself be vulnerable with him. She learned to trust him. She learned to open up and just let herself be vulnerable with him, right? She really showed him how vulnerable and weak she actually is, right? And in Hawaiians, right? Before, as we're building to Hawaiian, she starts getting a little uncomfortable with that because Ruka's there, mommy's there, and it's freaking her out. She just lost her grandmother. She's not sure how to open up again. And Kazi is being kind of weird, right? Kazi is kind of being weird. Like he wants to confess, he confesses. She doesn't know how to respond. She's a little scared. She's a little confused. She's going through grief. Okay. When she gets to Hawaiians, that again gets played into where Ruka makes her distance herself. Kazuya doesn't address Ruka. She doesn't know how to talk about Ruka. Chizuru is constantly scared. Eventually, what the story does in the 3 months is push Chizuru to confront the realization that, like, okay, you can keep being afraid or you can actually move, right? You're not going to stop being afraid, but you're going to have to actually move. And that's basically what Minnie did, right? Minnie, without realizing it, pushed Chizuru, the victim at the time, to confront the pain she's been through. And Minnie doesn't realize she did this. Minnie doesn't know she's a victim. Minnie doesn't know she helped Chizuru in any way. She just thinks she just, said the right things and it got Chizuru moving. In reality, Minnie helped Chizuru in a different way, which is to help her feel like she can change. Now, in the manga right now, where it's like, okay, when we're having the things that, sorry, let's go back to Hawaiians for a sec. When we're having the Hawaiians incident, let me show you what I'm talking about. So this is right after when Chizuru has the swimsuit incident, right? She drops her swimsuit, Kazuya helps her put it back on. And what happens right after, right? What happens right after? You see how Chizuru is still a little afraid to be vulnerable. She asks Kazuya, I want to hear it. He's like, what do you mean? She's like, about my swimsuit. You must have some thoughts, right? She's putting up walls. It's very Chizuru. She's still like kind of sensitive, a little afraid. So she's putting up some walls. She's indirectly asking. And she's like, oh, this is what a girlfriend would do. And then he starts talking. And Kazi is very open, very direct, right? It's almost solidifying the thing that was introduced earlier, which is that Chizuru felt comfortable being vulnerable. She tries to be vulnerable a little bit again. And Kazuya fully compliments her and she laughs and she gets comfortable being a little more vulnerable, right? Reishi is such a good way of portraying the character's vulnerabilities, where he's slowly showing how Chizuru is getting comfortable opening up to him. Right? Kazuya is getting comfortable just saying what he wants to say. Now, what happens right after? As they're walking, they talk about mommy, and it clearly shows Kazuya is not considering how serious mommy is. Mizuhara, you're even more on edge than me, right? Kazuya is starting to catch that stuff. Chizuru thinks for a second. She mentions Ruka. Does something happen with Ruka-chan? She musters up the courage. She felt comfortable enough to be vulnerable with him. Kazuya makes a mistake here. Without realizing it, he makes a mistake here. He says, what do you mean by something? Chizuru backs up. She's like, oh, I fucked up, right? She gets scared. She turtles up again. She puts up her walls again, right? No, it's nothing if it didn't happen. She starts talking through walls again, and Kazuya interprets it the wrong way. Right? So she starts turtling up again, but she's not fully turtled up. She's just kind of putting up some walls, just some light walls, nothing too serious, right? Bit of a misunderstanding, but we're getting there, right? We're getting there. We're starting to understand. Oh, there's a problem. Kazuya is starting to understand. Oh, there's a problem. This is where something really, really important happens. Chizuru sees mommy with Nagomi. Okay. Chizuru freaks the fuck out. Instantly assumes, fuck, she's gonna do it. Holy shit, she's gonna do it. Runs. Look at her. Even Kazuya is like, she's seriously more desperate than I am. She looks more scared than him. He can tell she's more scared than him. That's not even her fucking grandmother, and she's terrified. She's utterly terrified. That's not her grandmother, but this is her found family, and she is goddamn terrified. Nagomi looks like she's crying. They freak, and it's nothing. God damn it, right? You get exhausted. Have you ever felt that where you work yourself up, you think something serious is gonna happen and nothing happens, and you just 1 second it's relief, the other it's exhaustion. You're exhausted. You worked up a lot of energy, right? And Chizuru's freaked. Mommy plays dumb. Oh, don't ask me why. It seems like she thinks Chizuru's son is just the greatest. Oh, you're embarrassing me. Look at Chizuru. She's in darkness. They're just chatting? Look at what mommy does here. Oh, don't get so scared. I wouldn't spill about the rental thing without telling you. I told you I'm on your side. she messes with her sense of comfortability. In particular, she messes with trust and vulnerability. She's telling Chizuru she's on her side. She didn't rat her out, even though she looked like she was. And it makes Chizuru feel like a terrible person for this. When I remember when this chapter came out, and people were reading this, they're like, "Wow, Chizuru's so stupid. Why the like this is bad. This is bad writing. Why is Chizuru just believing Mommy? Why does Chizuru think she's terrible? Mommy was saying some terrible fucking shit in the past. Chizuru's so dumb. This is so stupid. This is just bad writing. This is character assassination. They're ruining Chizuru's character." But when you look at it with the subtlety of the context of the scene, it makes so much sense. Chizuru just got vulnerable with Kazuya, started trusting him a little bit, talked about her swimsuit, talked about something she really put a lot of effort in, complimented on it. She started getting a little comfortable opening up and being vulnerable. Then she tries to be just a little bit more vulnerable about a very uncomfortable topic for her. It scares her. She turtles up just a little bit more. Then, right as she starts turtling up just a little bit more, Mommy pulls this shit, and Chizuru just assumes, fuck, it's all gonna explode. She runs, it doesn't explode, and Mommy's just like, oh, I wasn't going to do anything. I'm on your side. Why would you assume that? You're a terrible person for assuming the worst about me, even though it's so obvious Mommy's being a piece of shit here. But Chizuru, going through grief, being uncomfortable with vulnerability, having a lot of guilt over her grandmother that she is not over in any fucking form, starts believing she's a bad person. The writing here is immaculate. It looks bad. It's fucking immaculate. Because it is such a good exploration of grief and a character who's trying to be vulnerable with her new family, having built some stuff up on a lie, and she's scared of being judged. She's terrified of being judged. So what does she do? She judges herself. Right? Nobody else is judging her, so she judges herself. But you have Mommy and Ruka who are constantly judging her, constantly telling her she's a bad person. So on one hand, she's literally being tugged by Kazuya to be comfortable opening up and being herself. On the other, Mommy and Ruka are tugging her in the other direction, constantly telling her, you're a terrible person. So she starts believing that stuff. Slowly but surely conditioned, she's a bad fucking person. And she starts literally saying it to herself. And in this particular scene, what's interesting is, listen to what she says. Right, of course. I know she said that, but that doesn't mean I can just decide she's trying to destroy everything. How can I just decide this for someone else? Right? Why am I just assuming? What's bad? Right? She doesn't want people to assume about her, so she starts assuming I'm such a hypocrite. Even though she's literally right. I'm so awful, I can't just go around doubting people. What would grandma think? What's interesting here is I remember when I was asking about the text here, when she says grandma, she doesn't specify which grandma. And I think that's really important because basically the lines between Nagomi and Sayuri are blurring, right? Nagomi is basically Chizuru's new grandma, and she is basically representative of Sayuri to her. So when Nagomi, like, tells Chizuru she's a terrible person, it's like hearing it from Nagomi. Or sorry, it's like hearing it from Sayuri. Chizuru, like, died a little bit in that scene. Like, she actually died a little bit. That's why she froze. That's why she fucking froze. It's like her own grandmother just told her, you fucking lied to me, you suck. So Chizuru just kind of crumbled. That's why she froze in that scene. It was just all this regret coming back and grabbing her. And she can't do anything. She froze. And I think that's the tragedy people don't notice about the 3-month time skip, is that Chizuru is as much a victim as Kazuya is. In fact, they literally parallel each other, right? It's framed as though Chizuru is the perpetrator and Kazuya is the victim, when in reality, they're both victims. It's literally just Hawaiians, but it's framed through the lens of what Mommy said. And you know what's crazy? People believe it still. Even Kazuya low-key believes it. That the 3 months was Chizuru's fault, that he got fucking ghosted the whole time when he played a part in being ghosted. You know? Now, not every situation is like this. Sometimes there's layers. Yeah, someone ghosting you sucks. Chizuru did ghost him, and it sucked. At the same time, he didn't notice the part he himself played. And I think that's the real tragedy of this scene, is that characters don't notice what they themselves were doing, right? Okay, so let's read what Mute has to say in regards to chapter 424. Oh, we're not gonna translate it with Grok, because Grok is fucking weird. Actually, here, let me move this thing. Hello, cat. I didn't know you were here. Just my cat being my cat. Okay. How them threads going? I wrote a few more. I don't think Kazuya resents her for ghosting him. Oh no, he doesn't trust her. I think there's an underlying sense of resentment that he's not addressing. He does not trust her. He doesn't fucking trust her. I want you to read, if you can, if you're willing, I want you to read the cohabitation with the idea that Kazuya doesn't trust her. And you're going to see so much. You're going to see so much. He does not fucking trust her. And no matter what she does, he won't trust her. There's two scenes that perfectly capture this. There's two scenes in the cohabitation that perfectly capture this. He doesn't like resent her, but he absolutely does not trust her, and he feels very hurt. And he doesn't feel like it's been outright addressed. Let me pull. There's two particular scenes that I want to pull up. One, Chizuru comes up and she says, "Hey, can we talk?" This is it. The end. She's here to declare the results of her investigation. That's Mizuhara. She's just as prompt as direct as ever. I heard from Mini. She tells him, I heard from Mini-chan that your room will be available only in a month, and that you just can't stay at your parents because of this. How much does she know? How pathetic of me. Right? Is it gonna end here? Our story together? Is it all going to pop like a bubble? I can't ask her. I don't want to. I'll just head back now before I get rejected. I'm fine. He just assumes he's gonna get rejected. He just assumes he's gonna get... She's about to invite him to fucking live with her. And he's just assuming she's gonna reject him, and she's confused. Why does he just want to leave? Right? He's just so sure she's going to hurt him again. He's 100% sure he's going to get hurt again. She's just going to hurt him. But all she's done is open up to him, let him into her home, talk to him, and he's just like, when I searched the capsule hotel for a night, 3,000 yen a night came up. I'm sure Kibe and Curry will let me stay for 2 or 3 nights. It's just a month. I can manage somehow, so please don't worry, Mizuhara. He's lying, and she knows he's lying. You should sleep a bit more. Just 1 month. And she does all these things where she's just like, okay, we're going to separate the rooms. This is your room alone. This is that. This is this. All for him so he can feel comfortable. He's just assuming I'm telling you I can't. Why? You don't have the money, dude. She's like, you don't have the fucking money, dude. You're broke as shit. Just take this. I want... Right? And then she pulls a tsundere move. If you don't want to, I'm not going to force you. Bro, she wants to fucking live with you. But he can never see it this way. He literally can't. The very foundation of them living together is founded on distrust. That is the problem. The entire foundation of them living together is founded on the lie that they don't want to stay with each other. That this is just a service when they do want to. She wants to stay with him, but she doesn't want to push him into a decision because she's afraid of making decisions for him. In contrast, he thinks she just wants to fucking reject him, and she doesn't understand. Do you see how Reiji's deconstructing the miscommunication trope by literally having the characters not be able to communicate due to trauma, due to pain, due to what was done to them? It's literally exploring how your environment shapes you. It's literally, in many ways, it's indirectly exploring Mommy's character, where Mommy was literally shaped and manipulated in her environment, right? And so she did that to them. Their environment shaped them into this. And so the very foundation of the 3-month time, or sorry, of them living together was built on a lie. It was just a big illusion. They were living with each other, but they were very much like not together, right? They bonded, they connected, but there was always this broken foundation that was never addressed. And that's what Reiji is doing now. There's a reason we're looping back to the 3 months. There's a reason they're separated again for 1.5 months, right? There's a reason it all seems to be happening again, as if we're looping. Not because we're actually looping, but we're addressing the problem that was never addressed. Because without ever addressing this issue, we will continue down this road until the relationship breaks. Or they get into some sort of fight, or we will loop forever. But that's the thing. It will be addressed. There's no, we kind of already looped in the cohabitation, right? We looped until a breaking point because we can't keep looping. There's no such thing as an infinite loop. That doesn't happen. There's no such thing as an infinite loop. You eventually hit a breaking point. And that's literally where we are right now. We hit the breaking point. It broke, it turned into a spiral, and now we're actually going back to the 3 months and addressing the issues that were never addressed. In particular, we're seeing Kazuya's half of the story, the half that he never really saw, the half that he never understood about Chizuru, and in particular, this is about Chizuru seeing his half and the things she never understood. Another good scene to show is right before Chizuru's birthday. People already think it's an infinite loop. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as an infinite loop. There's a spiral. If it was a loop, things would be recreated word for word. Same exact thing. It wasn't. It's not the same exact thing. It's not word for word. Now, here's another good scene that I think perfectly highlights my point. Kazuya hurt his finger because of a misunderstanding, and he wants to do something for her. She comes home, she notices him, and she notices his finger. And she's like, "Did you hurt that when you were stuck at the door of school?" And she's like, "Come here for a sec. Look at this. I want you to look at this very carefully." He looks like a dog with his master, and he's afraid that his master's gonna fucking hurt him. Right? Doesn't this look like an animal that's been like traumatized and it's terrified that the person who's like bandaging it up is gonna hurt it again? Right? Have any of you ever had a dog or a cat that's been traumatized and they're like utterly terrified of being touched when you get near them? They think you're gonna hurt them, right? They don't want to be touched by you. They think you're gonna hurt them like someone else hurt them. He's looking at her like she's going to fucking kill him. And all she's doing is bandaging up his finger. That's it. But he's looking at her with so much uncomfortability, like she's going to kill him. But then you hear his inner thoughts, and it's not that at all. And she thanks him for the gesture. I think those scenes really highlight what's been going on. Kazuya does not trust her. Kazuya doesn't trust her. And that's been the issue this entire time, is like there's one thing I realized, and I'm going to write about it soon, is that the kiss in chapter 385 is a kiss of blind faith. And it makes so much more sense when you realize that. It makes so much more sense when you realize what that kiss is about. Suddenly, it just all fucking clicks together. Chizuru closes her eyes and kisses him. They are both in shadows. Neither of them can really see. Kazuya's eyes open, but he's in shadows. He doesn't actually see Chizuru. Her face is blank for most of it. You don't see these panels of Chizuru slowly backing away as she did with the first kiss. You don't see her face at all. It's blank. Chizuru's eyes are closed to represent her blind faith in him. That is perfectly represented in when Chizuru goes back in and just assumes he's going to come back. There is no foundational basis for him to come back. In contrast, Kazuya doesn't go to her. Kazuya sits at home, keeps thinking and wondering what she's thinking, and never gets an answer. It's a lack of trust. No matter what gesture the other person does, they will not understand because they don't trust the other person and know what they're thinking. Chizuru has blind trust in him. Kazuya doesn't trust her. That's the difference between them. Chizuru has this like blind trust in Kazuya. Kazuya doesn't trust her. Right? She's afraid of being hated by him. Right? She's afraid of being hated by him, which in some ways can be a connection to distrust. But Chizuru's lack of trust is not from Kazuya. Right? Chizuru has a lack of trust, yes, but it's not from Kazuya. That lack of trust manifests with Minnie. That lack of trust you can see with Minnie. Chizuru has a lack of trust. It's not from Kazuya. It's because of Mami and Ruka, who kept abusing her trust. Right? It's not actually from Kazuya. Kazuya just happened to do things in a way that made her also feel uncomfortable. In Hawaiians. Right? So a lot of people will talk about how Kazuya's fear of Chizuru is completely justified, and that Chizuru's fear of Kazuya is not justified at all. Well, Chizuru ran away from Kazuya, yes. Right? Chizuru ran away from Kazuya and she ghosted him, yes. In contrast, Kazuya kept cornering her over and over and over and over again when she was really fucking vulnerable. Multiple times. Now, you can't say that's fully Kazuya's fault, just as you can't say Chizuru running away is fully her fault. But you can see how, in the same way that Kazuya was cornering her, characters like Mami and Ruka were cornering her too. And so that messes with her head. Her perception of just being cornered scares her. And she starts questioning that before the date. That's the brilliance of some of the things that happen before the date. There's a part where Chizuru gets scared to come up to Kazuya before the date. And she questions herself and she says, wait, why am I hiding? Wait, what am I hiding for? Why am I hiding? What the hell? And I think it's like one of the best scenes. Where it is it like 3:30? Yeah, it's 3:30. So 3:30, she runs into him. Right? They're both walking and she runs into him. They happen to be in the same place. And she looks at him, she freaks, and she turns away. Geez, what am I hiding for? Right? Why am I hiding? Could he be looking for date clothes? It wouldn't be weird to say hi, right? I said we shouldn't lie to each other, so it wouldn't be right to avoid him. What does she remember? When she was vulnerable with the masseuse. A very, very particular moment. Actually, never mind, my hair is probably a mess. She grabs this side of her clothes. Her clothes have two different sides. We've talked about this. This particular side has a, it's like something tooth pattern, and that pattern is very particularly a pattern of protection. So she holds on to the pattern of protection. Why? Right? Everybody just assumes Chizuru's just afraid of being vulnerable. She's such a fucking idiot. Have you considered her vulnerability was abused multiple fucking times? Including Minnie, who doesn't know she's doing this. Right? Suddenly, what Minnie's doing has a whole new context. Minnie doesn't know Chizuru's a victim. So she doesn't think that what she's doing is unintentionally scaring the ever-living shit out of someone. Because they are vulnerable and traumatized. So whenever you approach them in the way that you do, which is very fucking invasive, it scares the shit out of Chizuru. Because she has a fear of vulnerability, not because of her backstory or some stupid bullshit, but because you literally saw it happen in Hawaiians. You literally saw her vulnerability get abused multiple fucking times in Hawaiians. To the point that she was humiliated publicly. Do you know how brutal it is to be humiliated publicly? It is actually like scientifically different from just like just being hurt and traumatized. It's a little different. Like the humiliation, public humiliation, it actually like fucks with your brain a little bit. It like rewires you a little bit. I was reading like a bit of a study on it, and it like actually fucks with your brain. Chizuru was not only publicly humiliated, she was she couldn't even use the bathroom in peace, and she couldn't even sleep in her room in peace because Ruka was there. On her fucking case. Suddenly, doesn't the 3 months make a lot of fucking sense? Suddenly, doesn't Chizuru being afraid of being vulnerable make a lot of sense? Doesn't that make a whole lot of sense now? Doesn't most of her actions suddenly make a whole lot of sense now? Why she's so afraid of being vulnerable? What's happening to Kazuya right now in the manga? He's literally being abused in the same exact way as Chizuru was, except it's less physical, it's less emotional and more physical. Right? It's less emotional but more physical. His abuse is a lot more physical, so he literally has a physical disgust of himself. But he's starting to learn exactly what she felt. It's starting to click now. It's starting to actually click now what the fuck she's been going through and why Chizuru avoided him. Suddenly now, Kazuya is starting to become very afraid of being vulnerable and recognize he's been very afraid of being vulnerable. Suddenly a lot of things are starting to line up. Okay, I keep like getting off track. Is there like an infinity symbol reference in any chapters? Yeah, many references something in 250. It's the scene, it's the arc in Haruhi Suzumiya where it's like called Infinite 8, where it's like an 8 symbol instead of an infinity. But yes, that is there. Let me pull it up. It's like 250 is when we see it, I believe. Yeah, it's Endless 8. Right here. This is a reference to infinity. Because Endless 8 is this arc where it plays the same fucking episode with slight changes over and over and over again. And this is Minnie directly referencing that as if we're looping again. We're not. Let's see. But you also have to consider that she never said anything. I wouldn't really say it was Kazuya's fault for having a hard time trusting her. She never told him what was going on with Umi. Well, Chizuru doesn't know what Kazuya knows about Umi. Chizuru doesn't really know what Kazuya knows about Umi. Nor does she know that he's like super insecure about it. Right? She doesn't know that he's like super duper insecure about it. Remember, it's only happened like a few times. Umi's only been around like a few times. She doesn't know he fucking stalked her and found out he said he loves her. She has no idea, nor does Umi know. Umi only told him recently. So she had no idea. This directly parallels Ruka, and in many ways Mami. Chizuru has no idea Kazuya is still talking to Mami. As a flip of that, she has no idea Ruka has been abusing him without realizing it. Right? Mami is the part where Chizuru doesn't know he's in contact with Chizuru doesn't know he's in contact with Mami. As a flip to how she doesn't think he knows she's in contact with Umi, or how Umi went and contacted Kazuya in private. Right? She doesn't know that. She doesn't know Umi wouldn't fucking did that. There's a direct parallel between the meetup between Umi and Ruka and Mami. And again, in that same way, she doesn't know Ruka's been abusing him. She just thinks they have a loving relationship. Always left on the sidelines and didn't know what was happening. Chapter 289 is probably one of the best examples of it. But wait, what? 289 was 289. Well, 289, like Kazuya can just ask about Umi, but he never asks. And I will admit like one part here. I will admit one aspect here. One of Chizuru's mistakes is, in fact, doing nothing. Chizuru's mistake is, in fact, doing nothing. That's her mistake, and I think she knows that. She just doesn't know how to go about doing something. And I think the kiss is that. The kiss is her doing something. She's kind of come to the realization she hasn't been doing what she wanted to. Oh, did it freeze again? Every time. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. I'm just fixing the camera. I have to like watch the camera just to make sure it doesn't do stupid shit. Yeah, 289 is when Umi shows up. And that's the thing. It's like Kazuya doesn't know about Umi, but why is Chizuru not telling him? How is that Chizuru's fault? If he wants to know, he could ask. And she probably just doesn't know how to explain it to him. Like, that's the thing, is like Kazuya never asks about Umi. He doesn't seem particularly bothered. That's literally where Chizuru's mistake arrives. She thinks he's really strong. She starts kind of idolizing him, and she thinks he's really strong. Wonder where their love story is going to blossom or not. That's the irony, is it already did. That's the irony, is it already did, but Kazuya's too afraid to change, and Chizuru's trying to change to make it a reality. I think if anything, maybe by the end of this saga that we're currently in, I could definitely see like the love, like they're actually starting to date. Because it's going to build the foundation for them to actually have a relationship, like a proper foundation. Like, that's where I think the end result of this arc is going to be, or this saga. They're going to build a proper foundation. It's actually going to start. Like, they're going to have the proper foundation to actually get into a relationship. Whereas before, the problem was they thought they had a foundation. It was broken. The foundation is broken. The foundation wasn't broken because of rental. It was broken because of what happened in Hawaiians, and that was the problem. They think the problem is rental. That is the irony of what is everything that is going on right now. Everyone thinks rental is the problem. It's not the problem. You're mischaracterizing. You're literally noticing the symptoms. This is like if you play doctor. This is like when you try to play doctor and you try to assume what your own symptoms are, and you try to get your own medication and shit. You can't. You're not a doctor. You don't know what's actually wrong with you. Don't listen to the internet. Don't try to fucking like figure out what you're sick with. You don't know the actual root of the problems. There's a reason we have doctors, you know? And that's literally what's going on, is that everyone, including the characters, have mischaracterized the issue as rental being the problem. Rental is not the problem. Ironically, it's everything else. So no. I don't really... I just don't fully agree with this idea that, like, I never said it was Kazuya's fault for not trusting her. I'm saying he is not paying attention to why he doesn't trust her. And he's not admitting to himself that he doesn't trust her. That's what I'm saying. He's not admitting to himself that he doesn't trust her. That's the problem. I'm not saying it's Kazuya's fault. I'm saying he's not admitting to himself that he doesn't trust her, and in so doing, the problem is not being addressed. And he's not recognizing why he doesn't trust her. He is attributing a lot of his, like, his subconscious is attributing a lot of the distrust to Chizuru, not recognizing all the other things that were going on at the time. I'm not saying it's Kazuya's fault. The truth is that in many ways it's kind of everyone else's fault, weirdly enough. But at some point, you have to take autonomy over yourself. That's, oh, for fuck's sake. That's essentially what I'm saying for Kazuya, is that he's not taking autonomy over himself. That is the issue. That is where he's being placed right now. I'm just saying she could have handled it better, and so could he. We have to start talking about this idea of he could have handled it better, she could have handled it better. The only reason I'm talking about Kazuya's situation is specifically because we are so focused on Chizuru, we're not seeing Kazuya. You're so focused on Chizuru, you're not seeing Kazuya. Of course Chizuru could have handled it better, but then you get into the fact that Chizuru is a fucking victim, and she doesn't know how to handle it better because she's doubting herself a lot. Flip it over on Kazuya. Kazuya could have handled a lot of things better. He's a fucking victim too. What, so we just expect victims to just know how to handle things better? That's the problem. That is literally the problem. Stop telling people to handle it better when you don't know what the fuck they've been through. When you don't know what they're struggling with. You're looking at the symptoms, not the problem. You're looking at the symptoms, not the actual root of the issue. if you actually want them to change, you have to address the root of the issue. That is what Reiji's doing, and that's what nobody else is seeing. Reiji is addressing the root of the issue. Yes, both characters could have handled things better. For instance, Kazuya could handle Ruka a lot better right now. The thing is, though, he's not handling her at all, period. He's just kind of fucking ignoring her. And that is the problem Reiji is addressing for Kazuya's character, is that he has become passive in his own life. He has let his self-victimization control him. In so doing, he's literally becoming a victim. He is Ruka's victim without even realizing it. Well, I think he kind of realizes it at this point. Like, I think this chapter kind of like beats it over the head with it, where it's just like, oh no, he's a fucking victim, dude. But no, literally, the whole idea is that Kazuya has let himself like put up all these walls. He's let Ruka kind of like take charge of his life, and he's not dealing with any of his issues, as a parallel to how in the 3 months Chizuru wasn't dealing with any of her issues, right? Chizuru was letting mommy, Ruka, and all these people around her dictate how she lives her life. So she became very passive. In that sense, Minnie said the correct thing to her, where she's just like, okay, but you gotta fucking do something. You can if you keep sitting down like this, you really will be a shitty person. And Chizuru had to confront the fact that she was kind of a shitty person. That is Chizuru's arc. That is the point of Chizuru's arc, is accepting the fact that she might have done shitty things and she might be a bad person, and that is okay. Now it's flipped. Now we're at the point of the story where Kazuya has to confront that he might have done bad things, that he might be a bad person. And that's okay. And that's okay, because we're all shitty people. Everybody lies, everybody does stupid things, everybody hurts each other. But if you face that and address it, you can take autonomy over your life. Kazuya right now is basically inverted Chizuru. He is passive in his own life. He's not doing anything. And I can't say we can blame Chizuru right now. If anything, I would argue pretty much everyone is to blame in this current instance. The reason Kazuya can't really do much is because of the restrictions Kibe put on him, for instance. So let's go through them. Kibe told Kazuya that if you break up with Chizuru now, I'll disembowel you with a chainsaw. Thanks, bro. I'm not gonna fucking talk to you about anything. Curry never dug deep enough into Ruka to realize that maybe something was going on between her and Kazuya. And so doing, he didn't realize what his friend was actually going through, right? He wasn't really there for him, so Kazuya doesn't know how to talk to Curry. Kazuya's family is literally very judgmental of him, and they've constantly kind of walled him out, because if he does something wrong, they're gonna just assume, and Nagomi's already very judgmental of him. It already makes Kazuya uncomfortable, so Kazuya doesn't open up and talk to her about things. So Kazuya can't go to her when it comes to Ruka. Then you have Mommy. What the fuck's Mommy gonna do? What the fuck? Mommy's his abuser, dude. What the fuck's Mommy gonna do? Right? He's not gonna talk to Mommy about Ruka. And then you have Minnie, who wants to help, but she's uninformed. And she's looking at this from a very gender-biased way, where she asks him, are you gonna do it again? And she treats it like he just had sex and he's now more prepared for Chizuru. She looks at it like how most people look at it when they read rom-coms and stuff, which is really interesting, by the way. Some interesting notes regarding this. Rumiko Takahashi, the creator of Maison Ikkoku, she said she actually wanted Gude to have experience before he had relations with, before him and Kyoko started dating. Why is this important? Rent-A-Girlfriend takes a lot of inspiration from Maison Ikkoku, and it's very much kind of like the progenitor of most romances these days. And what's interesting about that is that the editor was just like, no, no, that's a bad fucking idea. Don't fucking do it. That's a bad idea. Because she had like a very like older way of looking at things. When you read Maison Ikkoku, it's very much kind of an older story. And so this is where the editor just kind of like actually saved her fucking buns. Like I feel like if she'd actually committed to that, it wouldn't have turned out as well. So this is where the editor actually gave her some good advice that she followed and chose to do, where she did not actually choose to make him have sexual relations with someone else, so he's prepared because fucking Kyoko is a widow. Fuck off. Get out of here. That's so stupid. Oh, she has more experience, therefore he should have experience too. No. No, that's just stupid. So that is now kind of being flipped now, where Minnie's just like, oh, well, you have experience now. This is fine. Now you can just get into a relationship with Cedric because you weren't dating before, so it's okay. It's not okay. He's being fucking abused. He was sexually assaulted. Jesus fucking Christ. But do you see how that plays directly into the perception of a lot of readers when they read rom-coms, where they're just like, oh, you're just more prepared now. That's fine. It never crosses their mind he was just fucking sexually abused. And that is the problem with Minnie. Minnie didn't actually solve the issue, right? And so if Kazuya truly wants to solve this, did Reishi ever mention another manga because he takes inspiration from? Good question. I don't know. He mostly talks about shows, weirdly enough. He's talked about like shows, but I think he takes inspiration from everything, mind you. He takes inspiration from like everything, mind you. Especially with the way he goes about criticizing Japanese culture and romance manga in general and rom-coms. I feel like he reads a lot. Like he's taking inspiration from probably everything. I wouldn't doubt if he's read probably some of the more popular ones right now, and he's very much criticizing them. Like this manga is very much like antithetical to something like what is it? Like it takes the ideas of something like a fragrant flower blooms with dignity, but the characters are not like written like those characters where they're very like they have all the likable traits, right? That I've mentioned this before. That is my problem with A Fragrant Flower Blooms with Dignity, is that most of the characters just have very likable traits, right? There is like, and then even when they're bad characters, they still have like likable traits, you know? Whereas Maison Ikoku, or not Maison Ikoku, whereas Rent a Girlfriend, like the characters have unlikable traits. They do things you will not like and you will be upset about. Oh, did someone say something? Sent a sunshine. What's a sunshine? Thank you. I don't know what 200 joules sunshine is, but thank you. I have no idea what that is, but thank you. And then stuff like oh yeah, like for instance, like Dress Up Darling has a cool theme of like characters connecting and bonding, and it has some great ideas in there. Like despite how people look, it's very like very supportive of people who are very different. But at the same time, most of the characters are just very like, they're very written to be liked. They're written very much to be liked. Marin is very much like the perfect waifu. Marin is very much the perfect waifu. She is written to be liked. And I think that's the brilliance of Reiji's writing, is that he doesn't just write characters to be liked. They are flawed. They make mistakes. They are real characters. And they have very likable things about them. Anywho. Let's read some of the other stuff. He didn't say all girls are witches. He said all women are dregs or something like that, where it's just an insult. And again, Minnie doesn't clock that. So we were talking about how Kazi is like very isolated. And that's exactly why he needs to start taking more control over his life. Kazuya can do things. He's not completely alone. Like, contrary to what he might believe, he can reach out to Chizuru because he did in the past. And Chizuru actually wants to help with Ruka. He's not powerless. He's just convinced he is. This is something like I got into an argument with some person on Twitter and I ended up blocking them because they're very, very rigid about how they were talking about this. It was very, very rigid. But the truth is, in reality, most victims of abuse, yes, there are points in your life where you're powerless. For instance, Mommy is a great case of she was fucking powerless. Okay? Like, she was a kid when her family abused her. What the fuck was she gonna do? She can't do jack shit. She couldn't do jack shit. She's a child. What the hell is she gonna do against her abusive parents? Right? However, in later points in life, there is a truth that victims are not as powerless as they think they are. And the reason I say this is not to dismiss what victims are going through, but rather it's an important thing that a lot of victims, I think, need to learn. And it's that the abuser wants you to believe you're powerless. That is how they control you. You are not powerless. Okay? Kazuya's mistake, in my opinion, he's not as powerless as he thinks with Ruka. And this is, I think, kind of an important thing for him that he's going to start recognizing that at some point, is that he's not as powerless as he thinks he is. The whole point of the story is that Kazuya has a lot more control than he realizes. He has a lot of control. He just doesn't realize it. And that's why other people take advantage of him. He doesn't realize how much control he has over his life. And so with Kazuya in this particular case, he actually has options. He doesn't think he does. He absolutely does. If he can go to Chizuru, of course, right? He absolutely can go to Chizuru and tell her Ruka is a problem, and she would step the fuck up. I'm telling you right now. There's a reason that when Minnie goes to talk to Chizuru about Ruka, she does not mention Ruka. There is a reason that is intentionally avoided. Because Minnie's later going to realize, if I had mentioned it, she might have done something. And in that same way, if Kazuya, like, explains to Minnie that Ruka's using him, he can get help. And that's the thing. Some people will be like, oh, well, you're, like, humiliating yourself. Why would you do that? Dude, if your friend, like, straight up to you as the viewers, if you go to a friend and you tell them about something like this and they treat you like crap because you're humiliating yourself or you're pathetic, they're not your friends. And you should call them out on it and be like, bro, I just fucking opened up to you and you said this crap to me. You're kind of being a terrible fucking friend. Like, call them out on it. You know, like if you open up and you're vulnerable and you're hurt and your friend makes fun of you, they're not being your friend. And this is a mistake Minnie made, where she kind of like played down what Kazuya went through, not that he was fucking abused. And I think if Kazuya explains to Minnie that he's being hurt and he doesn't like what Ruka's doing to him, Minnie might take a different tone. You know, in that same way, Kazuya can talk to his family, but they've isolated from him, and this is something they have to recognize, that they've made him feel powerless. He's not powerless. They would step up and help him, but they've made him feel powerless. You know, in that same way, Kuri and Kibe are another example of this, where if they knew he was being hurt, they would do something. They would help him, but Kibe in particular has conditioned Kazuya that he's powerless, and that's the thing. Kazuya's family is unintentionally kind of being his abusers. They're reinforcing to him how powerless he is. And that's why Kazuya must take autonomy over his life and recognize he is not powerless. You can do something. You're not weak. You can. And I'm not saying this to dismiss your pain. I'm saying it because you can prevent further pain for yourself. Right? And isn't it thematically fascinating that in the 3-month time skip, Kazuya didn't want any more pain, so he put up all these walls, and he tried so hard to not let himself keep getting hurt. Now, these walls are not working, and he keeps getting hurt, and he's not asking for help. What an interesting inversion, right? All he did in the 3 months was avoid pain. He didn't want to get hurt from a person who wasn't even trying to hurt him. And now, when he's getting hurt, and these walls aren't working, he's reaching out to nobody. He's isolated. He's alone. And he's isolating more. And I think that's the importance of this, is in particular this idea that he's isolating, that he's alone, that he has nobody. He's literally cut off in his own room, and that's so fucking dangerous. And that is going to be very important for the story, in particular for the characters to realize we have to start reaching out and forming bonds. We can't keep getting isolated like this. We can't, like, leave each other alone like this. And this is really interesting because this is what I was saying when we were talking about Chizuru, not realizing that's literally happening to Kazuya. Remember when Kazuya and Chizuru separated, and I'm like, Kazuya and Minnie have to realize they got to be there for Chizuru. This is the irony. They got to realize they got to be there for everybody, each other, everyone, right? Including Kazuya. Kazuya needs people. He's alone. And he is in a terrible place. He needs someone to help him realize that he's not powerless like Sayuri. He's isolated. And that's the thing. Sayuri being gone is kind of that, but this is the thing about this situation. What's interesting about this is a very adult subject matter that needs nuance. You can't understand what's going on with Ruka without nuance, right? That's the problem. It's very easy to look at this the wrong way. You need to make someone feel comfortable enough to open up to you. You have to help them out. It's very much something you can see with Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII is very much a game about mental health, and Kazuya is going through a lot of what those characters in that story went through, where they were very much isolated and alone for a huge portion of the story, and they learned to open up to each other and not put up masks. I think that's very much what's going on with Kazuya and everyone right now, where Ruka is unintentionally hurting him. And I think she knows she might be doing something wrong, but she's just kind of like, how do I explain what Ruka's doing right now? It's kind of like the flip of mommy, where she was so afraid of being like mommy, she kind of became her. Whereas mommy is so afraid of her sins that she's avoiding them. That's kind of they're kind of the flip of each other. Mommy knows she did something wrong, and she's ignoring those sins. She's running away from them. She's lying to herself, right? She would rather chase love than recognize she did something fucking horrible. In contrast, Ruka doesn't know she did something horrible. Ruka thinks she's justified, and she needs to realize she's done something horrible. And this acts as a flip of Kazuya, who must accept his bad side and that he can do bad things and it's okay. Whereas Ruka needs to recognize she's doing bad things and it's not okay. Ruka's doing bad shit and it's not okay. In an interview, he mentioned One Piece aspiring him to become a manga, though. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, One Piece is definitely one of them. Yeah, I remember that. Ray's talked about One Piece a great deal. He really likes One Piece. He said he kind of like grew up with One Piece, whereas most people like grew up with Dragon Ball. He personally grew up with One Piece. Um, Ruka is pretty much Akarasai. Who? Who? Let's see. On that topic, it's disheartening that people on Twitter don't take Kazuya's assault seriously and only seeing as progression because of self-insert. Yeah, it's so weird. People are like, "Oh, he should have just a fucking relationship with Ruka, right? Just take her in as a mistress." I'm like, "Dude, you don't know shit about love. If that's your fucking stance. You don't know shit about love." Oh, Kazuya has never been abused by bro. It's so weird that people think what Reiji's doing right now with Ruka is character assassination when I'm just like, have you been paying attention? On his first goddamn birthday with her, she assaulted him. She then did it again before Hawaiians. She took him to a fucking love hotel at one point and almost tried to have sex with him. She blackmailed him into a relationship and didn't realize she did this. Nobody like clocks that Ruka has been doing this for a while. It's gonna be a horrible comparison. But think of Ruka kind of like God, this. I don't know if this is a good comparison. You know how children are very easily manipulated and forged into like terrible people, and they don't know they're doing bad things. That's kind of Ruka. She's unintentionally doing horrible things, and she doesn't interpret them as horrible because society doesn't interpret what Ruka is doing as horrible. They believe she's justified because she's the one saying the truth when everyone else is lying. Therefore, Ruka is in the right. She's not. There's a big issue. Ruka is a big passionate, maybe her reason to be alive or be happy. So Ruka is a character that's not simply passionate. Ruka is a character who tries to how do I describe it? Ruka is the part of Reiji that tries to let me see if I can pull it up. I wrote it somewhere. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. I'm trying to find the description that Reiji said for Ruka's character. Ruka is the part of me that can't accept the inferiority complex of being born, of not having something, and I yearn for that every single day. That is Ruka's character. She is the part of Reiji that has an inferiority complex and can't accept it. She's unable to accept having been born with something, with not having something, and she yearns to have it every single day. Kazuya literally represents that for Ruka's character. He represents the thing she's yearning to get. That is why Ruka is so passionate about it. It is the thing she desires so desperately. And doesn't, but it isn't the thing she's actually yearning for. She has to accept that she has this inferiority complex and it's destroying her fucking life. I think Chizuru will eventually find out, and then she'll be able to realize that what she went through exactly what Kazuya has experienced too. Yeah, I think what Reiji's doing right now is making the characters recognize they've been through the same thing. The 3 months is, yeah, this is kind of like the flip of Steins Gate, where in Steins Gate, like I mentioned, there's like the movie after Steins Gate ends, and in that movie, Korosu didn't know at all what Okuba had been through, and she time travels too to save him. And in so doing, they both come to an understanding of what the other person has been feeling this entire time. And I think that's what Reiji's connecting it to, because when this separation happened, there was a direct reference to D-mail. And it looked like it was Chizuru who sent the D-mail. You know? Before it was the 3-month time skip, now it's the 1.5 separation arc, 1.5 month separation arc. You know, so it's literally the flip. Now it's Chizuru's turn to understand that her and Kazuya have the pain they've both been through. I think they're both going to learn by the end of this arc what they've both been through. You know? How will Chizuru know about sexual assault in Kazuya? Something's going to happen. Something's going to happen. To explain in Pokemon terms, Ruka has been holding an Everstone of evolving her Everstone to not evolve her actions. Yet when Kazuya fell on her, she evolved her actions, thus where we are now. Huh. I just realized. Oh my fucking Christ, how did I not notice this? Do you guys remember how Ruka first caught feelings for Kazuya? So there's two particular scenes. The first time Ruka and Kazuya met was in chapter 20. Kazuya agrees to a date with Curry, and he's walking in the street, and Ruka runs into him. Sees a panties, she freaks, gets upset at him, and she calls him a pervert and runs away. Okay? How is he a pervert? It was a fucking accident. Okay? Then, later, what happens? Chapter 23. Kazuya is following Ruka because of what she did, ironically enough. She outed Chizuru as a rental girlfriend, and Kazuya follows her, and she's like, I'm gonna scream stalker if you keep following me. She gets to do that, but when she follows him, he can't scream stalker. But Kazuya takes the risk anyway and steps over the line. She says, if you step over the line, I'll scream stalker. So they go to a cafe, and she says it under her breath. She runs away again. And what does she do? She trips over herself because she's not looking where she's going. She falls like an idiot, and Kazuya jumps in to save her and protect her. What happens? He's on top of her. He's physically touching her. What is this? This is the suspended bridge effect. When you fall with someone and you start seeing them in a very different way, because they just protected you in a life or death situation. So suddenly, Kazuya looks a whole lot cooler. Right? And her heart is beating like crazy. And she tells him, I'm also a rental girlfriend. Huh. What does she do after? Chapter 24. Ruka comes to his school and she's like, please hug me. They're about to get caught by Curry and they hide and she pulls his arms in and she hugs him. And she doesn't consider that the situation they're in might make her heart beat faster. It's almost like this is confirmation bias. It's almost like this is confirmation bias. And her heart gets a 90. Now, how did the current events in the manga start with Ruka? What was the trigger? Mind you, what was the trigger? How did the current events with Ruka start? In chapter 348, Ruka removes the pendant that Chizuru gave him, which is partially Kazuya's fault because he gave it to Ruka. She made an assumption and she removed it, so that's partially Ruka's fault. It's also partially Kazuya's fault for being careless and dropping the key in the first place and then handing it to Ruka afterwards, right? Ruka lets it go. Kazuya takes it back, but he gets bumped because he didn't actually cherish the thing Chizuru gave him as a reflection of how he's not cherishing Chizuru. He trips over and he falls out an exact recreation of how they first ran into each other. Except this time, it's Kazuya running into Ruka. Again, indirectly as a byproduct of Ruka's actions. Ruka freaks and crushes him between her legs. Again, it's her actions. She's doing it. And that ultimately ends up being the trigger later for Ruka's desires for Kazuya. It's almost like, yet again, it's confirmation bias. Confirmation bias she's not aware of. A literal recreation of when it first happened. Going back to the very beginning and the foundational issue of their relationship. That it was founded on a pure happenstance coincidence that happened to be confirmation bias for Ruka's character. And she's not realizing what the fuck she's doing. How she's literally becoming her own villain. How she's blackmailing someone into a relationship. How she's getting something out of them. This is not character assassination. And Ruka making Kazuya in this chapter look like a joke feels intentional. Okay, we're actually going to fucking read this now. Jesus Christ. We've been streaming for an hour and 43 minutes, and I did not read this. Fuck. This is a review and my thoughts of the episode of Satisfaction rating 424. The theme this time is Ruka's entirely to blame, ? While there are criticisms of Ruka, the author skillfully deflects them in several places. Oh, shoot away. Ruka doesn't think it's a nuisance to visit Kazuya's house without an appointment because she's his girlfriend, quote unquote. She insists that there's no reason for Kazuya to be distant or cold towards her just because she's his girlfriend. She uses the word girlfriend as an excuse and shows no remorse or guilt about the outburst incident. The explosion incident was traumatic for Kazuya, but for Ruka, it led her to believe that she's my girlfriend, so anything that she does is forgivable. Yikes. This lack of guilt is one of the reasons why readers perceive Ruka's actions as criminal. Yeah. Nobody thinks about that, right? I have no reason to feel guilty, right? He makes a solid point. She has no reason to feel guilty. I'm his girlfriend, right? It's okay. We're still dating. It's perfectly fine, right? And that's what I mean about you got to draw fucking lines, right? She doesn't perceive her actions the way that they are, right? It's appearance versus reality. Ruka uses the words like girlfriend and lover to indicate that her actions are justified because they are actions of a couple and therefore not problematic. The common opinion from overseas readers, imagine what it would be like if the genders were reversed, is actually a welcome response for Ruka and not a source of harm. Some readers might assume the act was directed at Chizuru, not Ruka, and argue that it would be a huge problem if Kazuya did the same thing to Chizuru. However, Kazuya and Chizuru aren't dating, so this assumption is incorrect. But you're contradicting yourself. No, you're contradicting yourself. It doesn't matter if they're dating or not. That's the point. It doesn't matter if they're dating or not. That's the fucking point. It's okay. It just clicked for me. It just clicked for me. This is what Breaking Bad did with Walter White and his wife Skylar. This is straight up what that did. And people then also didn't understand it. It was the same fucking thing. And if you don't know, Reggie said he loves the Breaking Bad writers and has taken inspiration from them regularly. He has seen all of their shows and taken inspiration from all of them. He openly said in one of the first interviews when this manga became popular in the West that Breaking Bad was one of the stories he took inspiration from. In Breaking Bad, there is a part where Walter White sexually assaults his own wife. She kept saying no, and he assaulted her. People don't perceive it as assault because they're married. No, it can still be assault. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter if you're married or dating or a girlfriend or boyfriend. It doesn't matter. It can still be assault if the person did not fucking consent. That's not how it works. Let's say someone doesn't want to do a particular form of sex and you try to do it for them and you're like, don't worry about it. You'll enjoy it. No, I said fucking no. I made it clear. I don't want to do this thing. Done. That's it. And if you force that person, it is still sexual assault. It does not matter if you're in a relationship or not. It doesn't matter if you're fucking married. That's unacceptable. Period. And Breaking Bad had that in there, and people didn't fucking understand it. Because the show, the way it goes about framing it is neutral. The show doesn't outright go and frame like Walter White straight up as problematic. It frames the show as neutral, much like how Rent a Girlfriend frames itself as somewhat neutral. And that's intentional. It's making you. It wants you to look past what you're perceiving. It plays directly into your perception of how you're understanding things. There's a scene in Breaking Bad that's kind of brilliant for that regard, where at this point in the story, Walter White's a fucking drug dealer, dude, and Skylar just found out he's a goddamn drug dealer, and he comes home and she wants to kick him out. She's like, "Get the fuck out of my house! Get out of my goddamn house!" So what happens? Walter takes their infant daughter and holds her. And she calls the police on him because she's just like, motherfucker. And how do the police perceive this scene? The police are like, he's just a dad who wants to hold his daughter and his wife wants to kick him out for unjustifiable reasons. She can't fucking tell him he's a goddamn drug dealer. He would go to jail. She doesn't want him to just fucking go to jail. So she's freaking out and they side with him. Oh, she's just a crazy woman freaking the fuck out. The dad is justified in holding his daughter. It's a brilliant fucking scene. Because if you side with Walter, you have fundamentally misunderstood what the fuck is going on and why Skylar's so upset. But people are so busy being annoyed by Skylar, being so irritated by her, that they don't see that almost every single fucking thing she says is correct. Almost every goddamn thing she says is correct until he straight up admits it in the very end of the story, where he's just like, oh yeah, no, you were right about everything. Like, yeah, I did do this for me. This was for me. And that's pretty much like what Reiji's low-key doing with Ruka right now, where I think this person's somewhat misunderstanding that. I think that's kind of the problem with this situation, where they're kind of misunderstanding the situation where, oh, just because Chizuru and Kazuya aren't dating doesn't mean Kazuya can't unintentionally sexually assault Chizuru. Absolutely he can. And maybe there's a translation issue here. But I did want to clear that up. Okay. Common opinion from is that imagine if, okay, it would be a huge problem if Kazuya did the same thing to Chizuru. However, Kazuya and Chizuru are dating, so that assumption's incorrect. I think the author wants to convey to the readers that it's not a problem because Ruka and Kazuya are lovers. Regarding the opinions that Kazuya has asked Ruka to break up with him, or Ruka is just a temporary girlfriend, not as a real girlfriend, the fact that remains that Ruka and Kazuya have not yet broken up. The opinion that Kazuya was forced into an act he did not want is correct and constitutes non-consensual indecency under Japanese law. Some suggest Some suggested that Kazuya should go to the police, but unfortunately in Japan, police investigations tend to be slower when the victim is male. Moreover, since Ruka and Kazuya are acquaintances, the police have treated it as a lover's quarrel and told the parties involved to resolve it among themselves, which has been the case in actual stalking incidents in the past. Yeah. Yeah, no, and Reiji's writing it this way on fucking purpose. Ruka will fucking get away with it. Please understand. Ruka will get away with it. It's so ironic. She said she would call him a stalker in the past because if she did, he would be in trouble. But now, if Kazuya said she's stalking him, he'd be like, dude, a cute girl is following you around. What the fuck are you upset about? Right? That would absolutely fucking happen. Ruka doesn't see the hypocrisy in her wording. Therefore, claiming that what Ruka is doing is a criminal act doesn't make much sense in Japan. Rather, it seems the author has put a lot of thought into making sure that it doesn't come across as criminal act. I think he's misreading the situation. No. I think he's misreading it. He's not. The way Mute is reading this is he's kind of misunderstanding Reiji's intent. Reiji is intentionally using that framing specifically because he knows it won't get away. You won't get a criminal act out of it. He thinks Mute's interpretation is that Reiji's intentionally framing it this way because he knows it won't be interpreted as an act and he doesn't want it to be interpreted as a criminal act. No. He wants you to think this is wrong. Reiji 100% wants you to think this is wrong. I don't have a doubt about this. Just the sheer fact that one of the inspirations for Rent a Girlfriend is Breaking Bad tells me everything I need to know. If you have seen Pluribus, if you have seen Breaking Bad, if you have seen Better Call Saul, bro, like, it's all there. It's all fucking there. There's constant comparisons and explorations between gender, between like even such a phrase as I can't remember the phrase, fuck me. But yeah, that stuff is like all there in their writing. And Reiji's absolutely fucking doing that. The fact that Reiji absolutely leverages Mami crying and Chizuru smiling in the confrontation as Hawaiians tells you everything you need to know. The fact that Nagomi admits in Hawaiians that she was being bigoted towards Chizuru should tell you everything that you need to know. That Reiji is talking about how people get marginalized and become invisible when society chooses to be so rigid in their beliefs and their stances. That when someone does something wrong, they get away with it if they're fucking beautiful. Or if they're a cute small girl and the other dude is a big dude. He's a big man. Why the fuck is he not standing up to her? Right? Okay. Ruka waited outside for Kazuya for 2 hours. Normally, this would be considered stalking, but here Kazuya says, "What passion?" and affirms Ruka's actions as something that comes from passion. And he gives in to the passion and says, "I led her into my room," implying that Kazuya let Ruka into his room rather than her forcing her way in. Except this is literally what a victim does. They blame themselves. Like I said, Chizuru is a victim in the 3-month time skip, and so is Kazuya right now, a victim. Reiji wants readers to believe this, right? If your interpretation of this reading, and this happened with Jaws, I was talking with Jaws, if your interpretation of this reading is that this is demeaning to sexual assault, and it seems like Reiji's just excusing sexual assault and he's making it into a joke and it's stupid, you would be right in that he wants you to believe this. Not that he's actually excusing it. This is how a victim talks sometimes. They blame themselves. Kazuya has been blaming himself this whole time. So naturally, the blame is never, ever, ever directed at Ruka. When it fucking should be. And I think Reiji knows this is a very contentious and very sensitive topic. And that is why he's exploring it with such, like, carefulness. That he wants to lead some audiences into the sense of security, but slowly but surely make them start looking at this a little differently. The reason Kazuya says because Ruka-chan is attractive is to emphasize that Kazuya doesn't dislike Ruka, and by making Kazuya defenseless, the author wants to convey that he's not being forced into sexual acts against his will. No, that's not... Okay. The fact that Mute is saying this, I'm sorry to Mute, doesn't this read like cope? I try not to say this very often. Does this not read like cope? And if anything, him believing and interpreting it this way is exactly what Reiji wants. He wants you to think this way. He wants you to defend this character this way. So Mute fell off on this analysis? No. I would say Mute is doing exactly what Reiji wants. Reiji wants him to believe this. Reiji wants readers to fall into this fragile sense of he's not ruining the character. He's not actually trying to paint her in a bad light. She's a waifu. She's still great. What Reiji actually wants is for you to look at this fucking character and accept she has done bad shit. So the way Mute is writing here is actually very useful, in that he's coping. And this is what Reiji wants. He wants you to cope, and he wants you to not look at the reality in front of you. But slowly but surely, it's starting to creep in, and you can't deny it. And this directly parallels Kazuya and Ruka's journeys. Kazuya's journey is that he's avoiding Ruka until the problem was at his fucking door. Right? He kept avoiding Ruka until she was literally at his goddamn door. In that same way, Ruka is in fucking denial. Ruka thinks what she's doing is completely justified. Until she walks over Kazuya while he lies on the fucking floor, and he had to call her mom to get her to get off of him. And all she can think about is, I wanted more time. Right? Is like, this is Reiji being like, are you actually chill with this? This sure as fuck feels wrong. And then he shows you Chizuru lying around like a cat, and you just want to get upset at Chizuru because you're like, why the fuck does she get to have I don't know what the fuck she's doing, acting like a goddamn cat, and Kazuya's getting sexually assaulted. But again, how's that Chizuru's fault? She doesn't fucking know. Again, how is Ruka assaulting Kazuya Chizuru's fault? How the fuck does she? Yeah, right. And what it does is it frames Chizuru as a villain of sorts, right? While she's having a grand old time, Kazuya's fucking suffering. And it's a direct parallel and a direct reference to the 3-month time skip, except in the 3-month time skip, she wasn't having a good time. She was fucking terrible. Just like right now, she's not actually doing that great. She might look like she's having a grand old time, but she's been thinking about him the whole time. And she's clearly fucking suffering over it. Okay, let's continue. Kazuya's situation was too pathetic, so he took the proactive step of answering the phone, showing Ruka that he was resisting her. When Ruka answered her mother's call, she said, "I'll be right home," and when she actually went home, readers probably thought, that's surprisingly nonchalant. It was also intriguing that her mother called and told her to come home immediately. Ruka said, "I wish there were 30 hours in a day." The fact that Ruka seems impatient in advancing her relationship with Kazuya makes me wonder if there's a reason why she feels like she doesn't have enough time. Yeah. No, I thought this too. That it feels like something is she like running out of time? Right? Is something going on? Right? She talked about wanting her own home. Right? When Ruka first showed up at Kazuya's place, she talked about wanting her own home. She talked about wanting 30 hours in a day. I think she wants to move out. I think that's what it is. I think Ruka's getting tired of living with her parents and she wants to move out. It might look like it's something bad. It might be something else. I think Ruka wants to move out. She feels suffocated by her parents and she doesn't want to live with them anymore and she wants her own place. I think that's what it is. And that makes a lot of sense because that acts as a complete inverse of Mommy, who continues to live with her parents, who is very chill with that and doesn't mind living with her parents, right? Even though her parents are literally abusive to her. Ruka doesn't know what she has and the privilege that she has in wanting to move out. She acts as a direct parallel of Kazuya, who also wanted to move out from his home. Remember, right? Kazuya's whole thing is that he wanted to move out and be independent, but they don't actually know what it means to move out and be independent. They don't know how much their parents are taking care of them and making their life a lot easier. And I think that's what Ruka's going with right now, is that she is kind of in her rebellious phase. She wants to move out. She wants to live her own life. She doesn't want her mom to keep telling her what to do. And she doesn't realize that she's taking that stifling out on Kazuya. Right? She doesn't realize that she's taking that stifling, that sense of authority that is being enforced on her on Kazuya. I think that has a big part to play in this. That what Ruka is doing is literally resisting authority by resisting Kazuya's authority. And that's why she doesn't want to answer her mom's phone. She doesn't want to listen to her mom. She wants to ignore her. She wants to live her own life. So when Kazuya tells her this isn't what this is, and Kazuya tries to act like an adult, and Ruka is like, "You're not an adult. I'm an adult." I think that's what this is. That's to me how I'm reading this situation, rather than it being anything super dark or whatever, because that doesn't feel like Reiji. You know, that we always try to assume, oh, there's something super dark going on in the background, but every time there's something dark happening, Reiji spells it the fuck out for us, right? It's like right there in your fucking face. He spells it the fuck out for us. So let's see. So that's why, like, I don't think it's like anything super dark, like, oh, Ruka needs like fucking health meds or some shit and she's dying. Ruka's not gonna die by the end of this manga. I'm gonna be real with you fellas. Ruka's not gonna die, nor is she gonna get kicked out of the manga. She's one of the main characters. Just sorry to tell you. When Ruka answered her mother's call, okay, yeah. Blah, 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 blah. When Kazuya said that was close, he meant if things continued like this, I would have done the same thing as before. Last time he appeared to be a victim who was forcibly subjugated to sexual acts while unconscious, but this time the story is structured so that Kazuya doesn't appear to be a victim, but rather a foolish guy who repeats the same thing without learning his lesson. I don't think that's a fully fair assessment. I don't know if I fully agree with that assessment. That doesn't feel right. Yeah, I don't really agree with that. That's not how I'm reading that scene. It makes Kazuya look pathetic, and that seems purposeful to me. He's like okay. Here, fellas. Let's look at this scene. Let's just look at this scene and tell me Kazuya is not the fucking victim here. Right? Ruka's kissing him. He does look kind of pathetic, right? Look at him here. Doesn't he look fucking stupid? Just ooh. He looks like a stupid monkey. Doesn't he look like a stupid fucking monkey? Ooh, he's so stupid. So he looks like a pathetic loser. But what was the whole point of Hawaiians? Everybody kept seeing Kazuya as this pathetic loser. Nobody was looking past that. Nobody looked past that and saw the real him. Wouldn't the police do the fucking same thing here? Oh, he's just a stupid horny dude. He's not being assaulted. He's not being assaulted. Look at the framing here, dude. He's not being fucking assaulted, but let's keep going. She kisses him. He's not even reacting. He pulls up the phone and he answers it because he's resisting. He doesn't want this to happen. Ruka answers the phone. Look at Kazuya just lying there. Look at this framing, dude. Please look at this framing. Has a bit of the but doesn't look quite right anymore. Look at her just walk over him. Look at her just walk over him. You see the swoosh here and it pans back to Kazuya as if he's horny about it, except he's not even looking at her. It pans up to Ruka and then it pans up to her lips. It makes it look like Kazuya was looking at her lips. Right? It's using the eroticism to demean Kazuya. Right? It's using the fact that Kazuya might be looking at this to demean him. She gets to the door and she says this, and look at Kazuya here. Doesn't he look like he's lying there in the dump? Right? Doesn't it look like he was just sexually assaulted and tossed in the trash? Look at that. There's literally trash bags lying around. Look at everything around him. Doesn't he look like he's just lying in trash? And yet he looks like he looks like a stupid The story almost demands you look past the stupid looking face. It's literally demanding that from you. And what this does is brilliant because it acts as an inverse of when Ruka first sexually assaulted him. What do I mean? When Ruka first sexually assaulted him, the story is demanding you look past the boobies. It's eroticism. You're looking at Ruka's fucking boobies, dude. They are everywhere. You're seeing her fucking midriff. You're seeing her V-lines. You're seeing her boobs. You're seeing her ass. You're seeing her leg. Everything. It's all there, right? And the story is almost demanding you look past that. Stop looking at the fucking boobies, dude. You gotta use your fucking brain. Stop looking with eroticism, right? And the reason I can say Reishi's doing this is specifically because of the things he talks about, like how social media is diluting relationships, or how chapter 218 is a chapter that almost demands you look past the eroticism. You gotta look past the boobies, dude, or the boobies are the point in many ways, right? The boobies are literally demeaning Kazuya's feelings. Whereas this is like demanding you look past the boobies. Now it's different. Now you gotta look past how stupid Kazuya looks. Right? Because if you don't, you're not gonna see a victim. And I can say Reishi's doing this for a fact because he's always written like this. He's always written stories about invisible characters who are not seen and not understood. That is why my favorite chapter is chapter 30. Sorry, chapter 31. That's why my favorite chapter is chapter 31. A chapter that the anime fucked up. Right? I'll forgive the anime for most things, but I don't think they did a good job with this visually. Like, just on a visual spectrum, they did not do a good job with this. There's a reason this is my favorite chapter. Out of every single person there, she sees him. Out of every single person there, she sees him. He's not invisible. And yet look at Kazuya. He's in shadows. He looks up. He's in shadows. And then suddenly the light starts coming to his face. Look at him. She fucking sees him. She doesn't see his mistakes. She sees him. So, thematically, that is the idea here. Kazuya is meant to look stupid. You're meant to think Kazuya is the fucking idiot here. That, oh, this isn't assault. Oh, no. She's still a cute anime girl. This isn't fucking assault. That's how you're meant to look at this scene. He wants you to look at this scene this way. He wants you to think this is a fucking joke. Why do you think he has Kazuya's soul fucking leave him with a stupid smiley face when she touches his crotch? Look at this. Look at this stupid smiley face. It's funny. It's twisted, and it's like a twisted joke. It's like a morbid, twisted joke. And that's the point. Reishi even says it earlier. This is a weird rom-com. This entire chapter is weird. What the fuck is going on? You don't even know how the fuck to feel. And you get to the very end of the chapter, and what do you see? What the fuck do you see? You see Chizuru meowing and doing a fucking thingamajig in the very end, where it's like you can't even tell if she's like rehearsing for some sort of play or if this is just some sort of like acting exercise. I don't fucking know. And it's weird. And she's just lying around meowing, which by the way, for those who don't know, this is a play on words. So in Japanese, nyan nyan, which is how you say meow meow in Japanese, it's an onomatopoeia. When you do nyan nyan, like two of them back to back, in 1980, there was like an incident with some sort of idol or something where the newspaper didn't want to say she had sex, so they wanted to imply it. So they're just like, oh, let's just say nyan nyan. So there's this association with nyan nyan with sexual acts or what is it? Either sexual acts or like cuddling. Right? Chizuru doesn't know what she's implying here. Right? Chizuru saying meow meow. Literally, the first thing you hear is nyan nyan. And you see two cats. One is watching the other and approaching it. So this was literally like a subtle nod to the fact that Kazuya and Ruka were just doing that, and this is Chizuru making this noise. Right? So this is Chizuru doesn't realize what she's indirectly implying. That oh look, Kazuya and Ruka were having sexual relations in the background, except it's not sexual relations, right? And what the important thing about that article is that it was it was like a scandal piece where this young idol was like smoking and having sex or something, and it like impacted her career negatively. Ruka is very much oftentimes seen as an idol. Umi saw Ruka with Kazuya. Ruka takes pictures and films things. So this could be like a thing where, oh no, this could be trouble. The idol was smoking. Yeah, the idol was like lying in bed and smoking. And she looked like happy or something, so they were implying, oh, she just had sex. So they said yan yan instead. So yeah, that's the subtle thing here. Smoking weed. No, I think if she was just smoking. I'm pretty sure weed is like a bannable offense, or not like, sorry, a jailable offense in Japan. It's a very controlled substance there. She wasn't smoking weed, she was just smoking like tobacco. But yeah, that's what this is implying. It's like, oh yeah, but then this is weird, right? When you look at this is fucking weird. What the fuck? What am I looking at? Not a cigar, it's just a cigarette. Oh yeah, okay, so we're gonna go here. Oh no, we were reading something else. Actually, we didn't finish that. Translate to English. While Professor Mizume's portrayals might seem inappropriate, it's actually a very Japanese drama born from the interplay of the reality that Japanese laws and cultures are functioning. In the individual weakness of Kazuya, it's understandable that might appear stifling if you don't understand the difference from the other cultures. I think this is what Reiji is saying. I think regardless of culture, what Ruka did was wrong. I think Reiji... You know how I believe this? Right. And it's not even just like something I've been saying before. Like there's a lot of evidence. The way Chizuru is treated as a character for working a job that others would consider a harlot, a whore, or a prostitute. The name of this manga is Rent a Girlfriend, and the manga, literally the first chapter of the manga is Kazuya assuming Chizuru is just some prostitute. The manga is literally talking about assumptions and how society views and looks at people. If you think Reiji isn't calling Ruka the fuck out and calling society the fuck out for excusing Ruka's behavior, I'm sorry, you're very desperate to protect. This is why I said what Muta's saying is low key cope, or not even low key, it's high key cope, because it is cope. Reiji is absolutely calling this shit out, and no better scene highlights that for me than what Chizuru says to Kazuya in chapter 368. Or no, it was it 370? I think it's 370, my bad. Yeah, 370. Remember what Chizuru says here? She's talking about Ruka, mind you. Everyone looks to the boyfriend to shower his girlfriend with compliment. Okay. Where is it right here? Sorry, let me zoom out so you can read it with me. Move myself. No. Hold. Grab me. Move me over here. Okay. Everyone looks to the boyfriend to shower his girlfriend with compliments all the time, as if nothing else matters as long as the girl is loved. That's what society seems to think, but I hate that. Don't you think so? Someone is loved because someone is there to love them. If love is something that's meant to be built, then it's not fair unless both sides work on it together, right? I don't know what love is, but the only people who have the right to be loved are those capable of giving love themselves. I'd rather be someone who can give lots of love than someone who takes a lot of it. This is Chizuru somewhat misunderstanding love here, because she's saying it's meant to be built together, but she wants to give love because she doesn't feel like she's giving any, she's just getting it. Not realizing how Ruka's giving love and stifling and literally trapping Kazuya in a fucking relationship he doesn't want to be in. Chizuru's mistake here is she's idolizing Ruka. Do you see how this alone fundamentally contradicts Ruka? Just this piece of dialogue here contradicts Ruka. Because she's giving a lot of love, and Kazuya doesn't fucking like any of it. Everyone sure is ignoring Kazuya's feelings. Everyone sure is ignoring how Kazuya fucking feels. Everyone doesn't give a shit about him. The manga doesn't seem to give a shit about him, right? Nobody, he's constantly a joke in his own fucking life. His family doesn't fucking care. All they care about is Chizuru. Isn't that fucked up? And yet, what was the foundational basis of Rent a Girlfriend? That Kazuya's character was not abandoned. That Kazuya's character was not ignored. That his pain was listened to. That he was called out for doing shitty things, but he wasn't just abandoned. So why in the fuck do you think Reiji would be chill with the Ruka thing. Ruka's making Kazuya look like a fucking joke. This is demeaning to the love that she claims to have. Specifically, the issue I had with the idea of this chapter is making Kazuya look like a victim. This isn't the impression given to me. It does give the impression of a typical Japanese reader. My understanding is that viewing Kazuya as a victim of sexual assault was not common in the Japanese audience, or has the view become more prevalent? Around chapter 444, some Japanese people started to think that Kazuya was the victim. Others thought that Kazuya was at fault for being indecisive, so opinions were divided. Yeah, no, Kazuya is the victim, period. Kazuya is not dealing with Ruka, and I think that's the nuance of the situation, where it's like I mentioned before, Kazuya put it off, and that was the problem. Kazuya does need to take autonomy over his life. He did put it off, okay? That is a truth. I don't think that's something you can, like, ignore or pretend isn't there. He did put it off. He convinced himself Ruka would just give up if he dated Chizuru. No, she fucking wasn't. And if he had tried to discuss this with Chizuru, and that he wanted to end things with Ruka, and he didn't know how, they could have solved this together. He made a very similar mistake as Chizuru during Hawaiians, where she put off the mommy thing. She put off the mommy thing, even though she tried to mention it a few times. And that was the problem, right? Chizuru's issue is ironically not investigating properly, right? Chizuru's issue, ironically, is not doing enough. In particular, like, not doing what she needs to in certain instances. That's kind of her mistake, right? Like I said, Chizuru has blind faith in Kazuya. And that's a problem because he doesn't trust her. You have to rebuild the situation. You have to rebuild it to have proper faith, right? There's this common belief that you'll hear is that faith is always blind. It's not. No, faith is not just blind. That's nonsense. Faith is not just blind. Yes, you do believe in certain things that, like if you're religious, you technically believe in something that you don't know is real, right? And there's technically no proof for it. That doesn't mean you can't believe in these things. Doesn't mean there can't be, like, a foundational belief around that. For instance, if you believe in a religion, you believe in a higher power, that's usually built around feeling like there is something higher than there. So for instance, I don't pick a particular religion. I'm what's called spiritual. I think there's something up there, right? I think there's some sort of higher power or something. And that spirituality allows me to believe in things, you know? But I'm not gonna just tie myself to a fucking religious cult or some shit. Or I'm not gonna tie myself to some sort of religion that tells me how to feel and what to do and how to live my life. I'm not gonna dismiss anyone else who does. The thing is that usually with these ideas, there's a foundational basis for them, regardless of what it is. And a lot of people seem to misunderstand that for blind faith in a religion. So for instance, that's how extremism in religion gets introduced. You have this blind faith that you just follow to a fucking T, which is very, very dangerous, right? That's incredibly fucking dangerous. Don't just believe in things blindly, you know? Actually question it. A religion wants you to question and think about things. Religion doesn't want you to just follow it to a fucking T and just believe every single thing that's spoken to you. A huge foundational element of religion stems from the fact that they were created to help people be better. Their rules were created to help people be fucking better. They weren't created to stifle you and tell you can't fucking change and just listen to me blindly. So I'm sorry, if you're religious, don't just listen to your priest blindly. They should want you to think. They should want you to use your brain. You have to develop trust with that. That's the whole point of faith. Faith is built on trust. Faith is a continuation of trust. You form a connection with the two. You don't just follow faith blindly. You have trust with faith. That is why you can have faith in the first place. And I think that's the misunderstanding I believe Chizuru and Kazuya somewhat have right now, where they have very much blind faith, a blind following of the things that they believe, and that's dangerous. And it's starting to show you how dangerous that is to have this blind faith that doesn't have trust. And I think that's what Reiji's talking about. And this matches perfectly with what Kazuya is going through right now, because doesn't it look unfaithful? It's almost like being unfaithful, cheating, or going through infidelity is a direct parallel to blind faith, because blind faith is antithetical to true faith, where you have a trust with something. So you're not actually, like, being unfaithful to the thing. You actually know what you're being faithful to, right? Your faith is founded on a belief you truly, like, actually believe in. not just a blind faith, a blind belief. And it's not saying, and this isn't to say like you shouldn't have like, you know, unrealistic dreams. Actually, I think that's a good thing. If you have dreams that are like kind of delusional and unrealistic, that's fine. A lot of life has had shit that's delusional and unrealistic, and that's how we made progress. So that's perfectly fine. It's just, you know, that I think a lot of people misconstrue that with just someone just being like just straight up delusional and lying to themselves. I think that's different than having a dream that others would believe as delusional. Like what Kazuya believes in and the thing he wants with Chizuru is not delusional. And yet people think it's delusional. It's fucking not. Right? But it is delusional to have blind faith. It is a problem because it eventually will become unfaithful to the thing you actually believe in. Because this isn't actually what you believe in. Not anymore. Let me finish reading this. Is this performers or cats, like the stage production of Cats? Chizuru usually doesn't use a sweet coaxing voice to act spoiled towards others. So it feels like we got to see a precious side of her. Oh, sweet coaxing voice to act spoiled towards others. Doesn't this feel like Chizuru's trying to be more honest to herself? Doesn't this feel like Chizuru's trying to be more honest to herself? Because Chizuru doesn't act spoiled. So it's almost like she's training and practicing to become better at this thing she wants to do more of. It also seems like an attempt to purify the readers who are raging about Ruka using Chizuru. See, there's like an awareness from Mute that like what he's saying is like he seems to know, and Reiji seems to be like it's like Reiji being aware. Hey, people are like upset at this. So like if you know Reiji knows that people are upset about this, then you should know it's not okay. Ooh. Initial lead. It's completely unpredictable. Load or the initial next episode. So interesting note. So someone mentioned when we first read the chapter that initial load is a medical term. I talked to a Japanese fan. This is true. This is actually true. In fact, the phrasing is apparently purely a medical term. It is purely a medical term and nothing else. Let me read it right here. So I'll put something here for you guys so it's not just Tifo and Cloud. Okay. So the term initial load is unfamiliar even to Japanese people, and a search only brings up medical terms. It refers to administering a larger dose than the usual maintenance dose at the initial stage of treatment, the first administration, in order to quickly raise the drug's blood concentration to a therapeutically effective level. What's concerning is oh no, so the rest is just like guessing. But basically this seems to be like a thing where you make the first dose really strong. And that's why it's called the initial load or the initial burden, because when you're putting this in from the get-go, it can be rough, but what it does is it raises the concentration of the medication that you're giving to someone in the bloodstream so that it reaches the therapeutic level earlier, right? So this is apparently a medical term where that happens. So that's really interesting. The user proceeded to say maybe it has a relation to Ruka. Maybe, but I don't think so. I don't think so because Reiji does this a lot. Reiji does this a lot where he puts phrases that are very misleading in the text. You know, he puts a lot of phrases that are initially very misleading in the text, where he'll put a phrase that seems like it's very out of place. You'll assume it's a certain thing. You'll read the chapter and it's just not that at all, but it is relevant in some way. I think two cat represents Kazuya Peter, and the other cat almost looks like Chizuru's line profile pic. Well, okay, so this cat is Chizuru. No. Peter is Chizuru. The reason I can say this is because Chizuru relates to him in chapter 261. In chapter 261, Peter is like Chizuru because what is Chizuru? Chizuru often looks stone-faced. And yet she understands Peter really well because he sticks around and she's like, "Oh, are you lonely too? I get lonely as well." She relates to him. He is her. Peter is Chizuru. In contrast, Look at the other cat. Look at how the other cat is looking at him, approaching him, while he's just kind of standing there. Doesn't this look like Kazuya and Chizuru? This is Chizuru, this is Kazuya, looking at Chizuru and not knowing how to approach her. And this cat is like probably approaching him. You can see that continue next chapter, or the chapter after that. Or maybe the cat freaks out like Kazuya freaks out when he runs into Chizuru. Right? So, no, I think this cat is meant to be Kazuya, and this is Chizuru. As for if this cat looks like Chizuru's phone thing, I don't think it does. It looks similar, but I don't think it's the same cat. We can look at it. I thought it was similar. I remember it looking similar. $74, I think. I think it's 74. He's drunk. No, this is Peter. Oh, this is so Peter. Look at this thing. This is so Peter. No, this is Peter, dude. This is meant to be Peter. Look at it very carefully. This is meant to be Peter. Look at his face. Look at how he looks. This is so Peter. It's just a little different. It's Peter. 100%. Yeah, no, it's Peter. This is Peter, dude. Yeah, no, this is Peter. Just look at his face and look at his whiskers. In Arabic, whiskers are shwarb. So I was just saying that in my head. I'm like shwarb. Yeah, no, this is absolutely Peter. This is Peter. 100%. This is Peter. He has the tail and everything. And it's Chizuru's profile pic. That should be a tell for you. The other cat is Kazuya. Do you want to know how I think it's Kazuya? Look at his patterns. It has orange and black. And then white at the bottom. Isn't that literally Kazuya's pattern? He wears a white hoodie. His hair was black and orange. Or brown. It's brown. This is Kazuya, this is Chizuru. Peter is Chizuru. Peter is stone-faced just like Chizuru, and that freaks Kazuya out. You got Kazuya carrying Peter in the cover, though. And wouldn't you say that would be foreshadowing for when Kazuya carried Chizuru? Huh. Because that's not when Peter was first introduced. So let's go to the chapter where Peter was first introduced. That's not the chapter where Peter was introduced. This is the cover of the chapter where Peter was first introduced. Isn't it just like a stray cat? The girlfriend and the cat. Isn't this just a stray cat? Kazuya peeking out his window and is seeing a stray cat. She just looks at him. She just looks at him and ignores him and keeps doing her thing. Isn't he just observing a cat? Then Peter walks in and just looks at him. Peter ignores him, just goes to his chair and lays down. Huh. It's almost like Peter is Chizuru. Kazuya views the Peter as a creature that remains. Whereas Chizuru feeds him and takes care of him and likes him. She looks, why are you still sitting there? Sometimes you get a little lonely too, huh? Nya. Stone-faced. It's as if he's literally a reflection of her. Come back soon. We've got more people around too. Look at this cat and his big-ass cojones. Nya. Nya. Now, the chapter you're referring to where Kazuya carries Peter is chapter 298. Oh, first try. First try. My girlfriend in the touch. Kazuya sets up the TV. He lies to her about the body wash, and she touches him. It's almost like this foreshadowed when Kazuya would be carrying Chizuru. It's almost like this foreshadowed when Kazuya would be carrying Chizuru. When they were walking home. Huh. Huh. And it happened when it was raining. Huh. That's weird. That's weird. When did the date take place again? Oh, that's right. It was raining. And Kazuya's room is shelter for the cat. Come on. Come on. Yeah. 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 It's all there, dude. And what happens? The rain clears up at night. He feeds the cat. Literally exactly like the date. It clears up at night. Come on. Unless Chizuru adopts Peter. Chizuru said her neighborhood takes care of Peter. Yeah, everyone kind of takes care of him, including Chizuru. Everyone takes care of him, including Chizuru. Yeah. Unless Chizuru adopts Peter. That'd be kind of cute. But yeah, no. Peter is Chizuru. I'm going to argue the other cat is Kazuya. There's apartments that doesn't allow pets. So that's the thing, though. If they keep the house. If they keep the house. But yeah, no. This other cat, right? So the double meow is meant to be two cats, just as double meow is a synonym to a sexual relation or cuddling. This is directly connected to that, right? So meow, two cats. Peter's just standing there, exactly like Chizuru. This cat is staring at him. Usually when cats stare like this, they're approaching, right? Usually when cats stare at this like this to another cat, they're approaching. And I can bet this cat's going to approach him a little closer and then freak out. Studio F, Studio Feline? There you go. Studio Female? I don't know. Studio Feline? I don't know. There seems to be a connection to the cat's play, which is something I said as well. I also said, in fact, I think I was the first person to call it. I'm pretty sure I was the first person to call it, and every other motherfucker copied me, right? Translate to English. What do we have here? The development between Mami and Ruka in episode 323 and 324 corresponds to episode 400 and 404, creating a sense of chronological linkage. It seems the manliness arc is about to end, and Ruka will surely be able to connect the phone call. Yeah, no, there has been this like direct paralleling. So ironically, it goes even further. Ironically, this direct paralleling goes even further. Minnie has an interaction with Kazuya that directly connects to an interaction between Ruka and Mami that Kazuya has with them. There is direct parallels like that, and it's kind of fascinating. In fact, I noticed there's more parallels between Ruka and Minnie, but there was a parallel with Mami that I wrote about earlier. Let me see if I can find it. I wrote it to someone. Oh, right here. There are many paralleling events. What's interesting is how Minnie's visit to Kazuya's place after the kiss acts as a prelude to Ruka, as Minnie is on his bed and touching him. In contrast, when Minnie meets Chizuru at night, it is the same exact time Mommy pulls him into the car. So Minnie is Kazuya when she's interacting with Chizuru. That acts as a flip of Kazuya with Mommy. In contrast, Minnie with Kazuya is a flip between Chizuru and Kazuya and Ruka and Kazuya, right? So that's how the characters intersect. What's interesting about Minnie is that she's kind of Chizuru's flip. She's literally the girl next door, just like Chizuru is the girl next door. She's basically the 2 to her 4, right? She's literally the 2 to her 4. She's literally her little sister, if you will, right? Which is really interesting because Ruka, when she was first written and introduced by Reiji thought of making Ruka Chizuru's little sister, right? Initially, the basis for Ruka's character was Chizuru's little sister. And there's a lot of like elements like that in the story, especially if you go to Hawaiians and stuff. When they're interacting in Hawaiians, doesn't Ruka actually feel like a sister to Chizuru? Don't they actually kind of feel like family and they get along? It's almost like if you remove this stupid element of Ruka's obsession with the relationship with Kazuya, if you remove the romantic element from their relationship, they could actually be good friends, right? Because if you don't, Ruka starts doing all this extra bullshit where she starts treating Chizuru like crap. In that same way, doesn't Minnie feel like Chizuru's little sister? Right? There's a lot of times where Minnie just feels like Chizuru's little sister, where they argue like sisters, they fight like sisters, they get along like sisters, they care about each other like sisters, they slept like right next to each other like sisters do when they're young, right? So there's this intentional like mirrored flip between Ruka and Minnie, where Minnie does what Ruka wants to do, and Minnie doesn't even realize she's doing this, right? Minnie gets her own house. She's the girl next door. Ruka literally talks about this, where she's just like, I wish I had my own place, while Minnie has her own place and can go hang out with Kazuya whenever she wants. Minnie's literally doing what Ruka wants to do, as a parallel to how Minnie is doing literally what Chizuru wants to do. They are inverted parallels of each other, right? Whereas Minnie, when she's interacting with Chizuru, acts as an inversion of Kazuya interacting with Mommy, right? Because the way Minnie interacts with Chizuru is unintentionally abusive in the same way that Mommy is unintentionally abusive with Kazuya, right? And she doesn't realize she's doing this, just as Minnie doesn't realize she's doing this to Chizuru. So there's some fascinating parallels and interconnectedness, and that even connects to a character like Sumi, and of course, like that like expands in its own way. Minnie is kind of like Minnie is like the every girl, which is a direct parallel to Chizuru and how she's kind of the every girl, because Chizuru is an actress, so she's everything. In that same way, Minnie is a cosplayer and a YouTuber, therefore she's everything. You can see that in Minnie. You can see that in Minnie's room number. Minnie's room number is 202. Her number that's attached to the building that she's on is the same as her personal number. Therefore, the face that she puts out is the face that's inside. And at the same time, who is she then? Does she have a personal inside person? Does that mean there is somebody else there, or is she just always this? Right? There's no inner person. That's just Minnie. And I think that's a fascinating exploration of how Minnie is all the other girls, but she doesn't have her own sense of self in many ways. She's literally everybody else. Chizuru is kind of an inversion of that, where Chizuru looks like she's everybody else. She's all of the tropes, and yet she's not, right? It's something I noticed recently today, and I'm just like, whoa, Reiji's like doing all this crazy trope shit. That guy's insane. Like, Chizuru is all of the tropes. She's the faded girl. She's the girl next door. She's the cool actress. She's like all these things, and yet all of them have nothing to do with her relationship with Kazuya, and yet also have something to do with that relationship with Kazuya. And she's also not to these things, which is so fascinating. She's these things, and she's not these things. Streaking to seeing Chizuru like that. What are you talking about? You mean if you remove the love rival between Chizuru and Ruka? Pretty much. If that love rival bullshit goes away, they could actually be good sisters, or at least good friends. And Ruka doesn't realize she wouldn't be treating Chizuru like this if Chizuru wasn't her love rival. It's Reishi showing how stupid that shit is. In that same way, if Minnie wasn't so caught up in the stupid bullshit of trying to ship Kazuya and Chizuru, she would be Chizuru's friend too. But she's so caught up doing this shipping bullshit, she's not her friend. She's Kazuya's friend. And even then, because she's so busy shipping them, she doesn't talk to Kazuya like a friend. She's making the same mistake as Kibe. Just as Curry made the same mistake as Kazuya when he made the same mistake as Ruka when he was trying to compete with Kazuya and I have a girlfriend too that's also pretty, because he was jealous. But then Kazuya and Curry cleared it up. Okay, so we read everything for Mute. It's a little late. 8:19. I guess for now I'll just pull up the serious thread. Maybe if there's something we can read. You stream tomorrow? I'd like to. I'd also like to write some stuff, but let's see. 424. $61 comments. Jesus Christ. Can you take a look at the prediction thread for 425? Why? What do you want me to look at specifically? I've never liked prediction threads, so is there a reason you want me to look at that? Ironic, I know, because I make predictions. Is there something you want me to see very particularly? Just a suggestion, change of pace. Here, this is a nice change of pace. Fine, I'll look at it briefly. I'll just look at two things. I think we're gonna see Chizuru next chapter for sure. The pan up to Chizuru and the build up not having her for a bit, the fact that 3 months just happened and we're gonna have a big Chizuru episode next week. We're gonna have Chizuru. 100%, especially considering Kazuya is being put in Chizuru's position. We're definitely gonna have Chizuru next chapter, 200%. I believe it without a doubt in my heart. We never get Chizuru's POV. We actually do. You just think we don't. We actually get a lot of Chizuru's POV, and her character makes a lot of sense if you pay attention. And Reishi's leveraging you not knowing things on purpose. What, this meme? Why is this poor kid crying? Many of Minnie's conclusions and thoughts. Chizuru isn't lying, but saying a few things that aren't so obvious to the readers. Minnie concludes that it's an experiment, but Chizuru isn't exactly saying that. Prediction? I don't know. Would follow up on Kazuya's internship. Out of the frying pan into the fire. Back at driving school. Crash out mentally and maybe literally. Too much pressure. Not doing well on road tests. Okay. Oh God, another conversation with Minnie. It'd be interesting seeing Minnie make it worse. My thinking is that Minnie comes back and hears again Ruka's visit. She then resolves to be there the next time that happens because she thinks rightly that someone needs to be there with him when he's telling her to stay away. This then sets up the next Ruka visit, which might lead to a cliffhanger at the end of the volume. Would be cool if Minnie just straight up punches Ruka. That's no. What is with y'all in physical violence? What is with y'all in physical violence? God damn. It's the same with Mommy's confrontation with Chizuru, and I'm just like, yeah, if Chizuru punched Mommy, Chizuru has every right to punch Mommy, but Chizuru not hurting Mommy when she's literally physically stronger than her and actually has training shows the point of that scene. And it's tragic no one fucking gets it. It'd be nice if Ruka goes home and the family finds out about Kazuya. That would be interesting. How the fuck would the family react? Okay. Kazuya leaves the apartment again, distracted. Ruka goes outside again. This time she didn't even warn him. Again, she pushes him inside, and they both go in. The door remains ajar. The fact blah blah blah. It's Ruka's mother. She sees the scene and says, "What the fuck?" In the chapter. How? Ugh. This is just a meme. Oh, that's it. Oh, I went through the whole thing. Goddamn. I guess that's it. Not much on here. Is that satisfactory for you guys? Is that good enough for you guys? I put in a modicum of an effort. Ruka will be the reason our expectations for July 11th are not going to happen. Think Kazuya is the one backing out or mutual. You're also ignoring Mommy. Mommy will definitely have a part to play in this. 100%. I think even Sumi's going to show up in some form. Mommy's absolutely going to have a part to play in this. 100%. Chapter was a rage bait for me. If you just remove nothing changes because there's still no result for Ruka, she's going to jump on Kazuya again next time. What? I don't think so. There's literally a thematic point to Ruka showing up. My girlfriend is trash and I love trash. Well, my fault for trying to take this seriously. My fault for trying to take this seriously, considering this person is coming at this from bad faith. No, the whole point of this chapter is Kazuya ignored the problem until it showed up. This is showing how you can't put up walls and it's not gonna fucking work. That there is a point to this chapter. He tried to wall Ruka out like Minnie suggested, and it did not work because you can't avoid your problem, right? It's literally showing you how you can't avoid your problem. It will wait. It will stay at your door and it will walk the fuck in. You can't avoid it. You have to deal with it. And no, this is not rage bait or a waste of time. I completely disagree. It's thematically fitting. It's also like spelling it the fuck out for you that what Ruka did is actual sexual assaults. Cats, of course it's fucking cats. Anyways, I'm getting ahead of myself again, so it wasn't another. Well, to be fair, we don't even know if it's actually cats. Second, Chizuru's shirt in this chapter is not the same shirt that she wore in the volume, by the way. I did want to clarify that. It's not the same shirt she wore in the volume. The shirt actually says love and peace. So this shirt actually says love and peace. Because you can see peace right here and you can see the and. And the reason I know it says love and peace is because of chapter 188. Chapter 188 is when Kazuya and Chizuru first have like their 3 week separation before Hawaiians. And you see love and peace. One thing is for sure, this definitely isn't the right vibe for a confession. Love and peace. Chizuru's shirt also reads love and peace. But there was no such thing as peace. Everything went to shit right after. So, there you go. But yeah, we don't know for a fact if it's cats. It could be cats. There's a lot of signs it very well could be cats. One Piece is a adventure manga. Rent a Girlfriend is a romance, and it's abnormal for a romance manga to run like One Piece. Okay, but who says it has to run? Who says it's running like One Piece, for one? Two, who says it can't? Just because it's abnormal doesn't mean it can't. And in fact, there are manga who have. There are manga that are like long as shit. I could probably pull them up. There are romance manga that are long as shit. And some of them haven't even ended. They just kind of fucking stopped. So no, that's just silly. Like, just because it can't doesn't mean it shouldn't. Or sorry, just because it hasn't, it doesn't mean it shouldn't. I just think that's silly. Of course it can. JoJo Maniacal popped off today. Ugh. Mostly because I'm just tired. I don't know if I want to rate it right now. I'm a little tired. Maybe I'll start earlier tomorrow. Yeah, if I sleep early today, maybe I can start earlier tomorrow, and we can just keep going. The 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 what is it? The spoilers don't come out until Monday, right? The spoilers don't come out until Monday, right? A big motif of Cats is physical touch. Listen to the song Memory. You probably already heard it in other media. Monday morning. But it's also a double. Okay, so what is this? It would be interesting if Kazuya tries to reach out to Minnie, but she's unavailable, so he has to go to someone else or nobody for that matter. I think what is needed for change, he's too reliant, but also a double-edged sword because Kazuya insecurities and overthinking leads him to the wrong conclusion. Yeah. Okay, fine, let's try reading this. To me, it's not a normal running or some formula. If we go good, then rug pull, then build up again on the endless cycle. It's not an endless cycle, though. It's fucking not. Like, how y'all perceive this manga is so boring. Like, the manga is more interesting than y'all's takes. How y'all interact with this manga is so fucking boring. God damn. Like, people keep saying nothing is happening. Everything is happening. Constantly. Just because they're not dating, it doesn't mean the manga isn't fucking interesting or has nothing to say. And I just find that stance so unbelievably irritating. It's so fucking stupid. Oh, they're not dating yet, therefore the manga has no meaning. Fuck off. There's so much story happening here. He's talking about abuse, talking about relationships, talking about AI, he's talking about everything. Any breaks for new chapters? No, I don't think so. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself again. So wasn't that another fun trip with Ruka? Last time I made a sure point to point out that we need to pay attention to what kind of choices Kazuya will make regarding the door. Um, it's apparent that making the choice isn't the problem here. He made a choice to physically bar Ruka from entering the building, but he's also made an attempt to later go out of his apartment for lunch thinking it was safe only to be ambushed by Ruka in that moment. So we can infer that Kazuya is ready to take on the outside. However, he's not ready to take on the problem of Ruka. But that's really what the outside is, a bunch of unreasonable people that will walk all over you if you let them. Bear with me. Bear with me, gang. Damn it. Choice. Boop. Oh, dash darn dang it. Try again. Where is it? Is it this one? Let's go up. Let's save it, actually. Is it not saved? Saving that. I gotta start saving my threads so I can access them later. This. There it is. Yeah, I said this all the way back then. So this is like the first Ruka chapter. Ruka isn't simply about indecision, as Kazuya clearly turned her down in the past and rejected her advances. He decided, no, this is about an unfair, selfish, and cruel choice Kazuya must make to unilaterally end the relationship so she will understand. It's it's you can't be nice anymore. That's pretty much what I'm saying. You can't be nice anymore. That's it. You have to have a firm stance. And it's what Chizuru did with Umi. You need a firm stance to cut this person out. And I think Mami acts as that initial firm stance for Kazuya because there's this direct parallel where so the difference between Mami and Ruka lies in the fact that Mami has absolutely no leverage whatsoever. Nothing. So Kazuya ending it with Mami is very much completely his own choice. Him making it clear he loves Chizuru is just completely his own choice, and taking a firm stance with Mami is kind of like the important first step for him. Ruka is rather a little more complicated because Ruka has this thing that like, oh, I might tell Chizuru, but Kazuya has to be willing to say no even if she threatens him with that. Because that means taking full autonomy over himself. That fine, say it, I don't care. Tell her, I don't care. Right? Because that means valuing yourself. That's what I mean where he has to draw like a hard line. It's I think that's where the difference between kindness and niceness shows itself, where Kazuya is just being nice to Ruka. He feels bad. He has to make a hard fucking decision and like shut her down extra duper hard. Yeah. What really is the central flaw of Kazuya? Let's examine the chapter a bit to go some answers to what the question is. I think it's effective to see what Kazuya tries and how effective was that in deterring Ruka. Many people, when they read this chapter, seem to come to two main trains of thought. Kazuya needs to put his foot down, and Ruka is a horrible person for sexually assaulting him. Seems kind of contradictory to say that the victim needs to be the one who takes responsibility for the other person's actions. But I think Reiji is using this chapter to more clearly illustrate how he's trying to create this sort of contradictory notion in the readers and show the limitations of Kazuya's current approach. Yeah, that's this is where I completely agree here. It's not about putting your foot down. Like I think that's an aspect of it. It's like putting his foot down didn't so much work, and Kazuya can't fully take responsibility for Ruka's actions. What he needs to do is like it's more for himself. Like that's kind of the problem with Kazuya is that he's not doing it for himself. He's doing it for someone else. He's doing it for Chizuru. And that's the problem. It's more of the limitations, yeah, like he said, it's kind of more of the limitations of Kazuya's approach. It also glimpses into what could be the answer for Kazuya's growth. So the very first page is a side profile at Ruka looking determinedly at the door while the opposite direction is Kazuya still shirtless and sweaty. It's like even though Ruka is locked on the outside physically, she's already passed Kazuya's mental barrier because of her sudden appearance. Ooh, yeah, that's a good way of putting it. The conversation outside is very interesting because Ruka seeks what with words that would make sense if not for a bunch of context that informs us that it doesn't make much sense at all. If Ruka was a real girlfriend, her showing up after she thought was a good intimate time because we were pulling away in text and meetups afterwards would be a totally reasonable thing. The thing is, Ruka has purposefully ignored Kazuya's words and actions throughout the whole relationship for her to really believe in this. I don't think Ruka is this naive personally because there are many instances where she's shown to be very aware that she does not feel secure as his girlfriend. I don't think anyone would ever say, I'm okay with being second without this kind of awareness. So there's this intentional disconnect between the straightforward and reasonable words she uses and the idea that she knows it's mostly just bullshit. And when viewed this way, it becomes very apparent that these words are merely the tactic of someone who's trying to get something. In this case, she wants to be let in. Yeah. No, he this is something I was writing too. Beat me to the punch there, but yeah, no, I was writing this too. where this is what Ruka is doing. Like she is, it's actually quite, um, yeah, it's literally like like I was here. I wrote it too. Let me show you. She literally, like I said the same exact thing where when I was comparing the two events. Literally, Ruka is in Kazuya's position, and Kazuya mentions in the 3 months how he could have lifted the little mail thing and looked inside. He could have waited at Chizuru's door. He could have become the stalker, and he didn't, right? In contrast, Ruka did every single thing she possibly fucking could to get in, and she did. Because she already knows she's inside, whereas Kazuya didn't know he was already inside, right? He didn't already know he was inside. He was already inside, right? Mentally, he was already inside. He's just physically outside, right? And this scene right here visually shows it, right? When she makes a sound, she made that sound because of him, right? He was already inside. What does Kazuya say during the 3 months? He didn't want Chizuru to think he's a stalker. Now Ruka does the thing Kazuya didn't want Chizuru to see him as to him, right? So, like, now what? I ignore the rules and confess my feelings. She brushed me off. She's clearly avoiding me. So do I try ringing again to force an interaction? But then I'd be an actual stalker, right? What does Ruka do? She forces an interaction. It's kind of the it's a dark mirror of the thing Kazuya felt. Kazuya is inside. Yes, Kazuya was already mentally inside with Chizuru's place. It's a direct parallel to Ruka and how she was already mentally inside. She was just physically barred. That's it. But she was already inside. Kazuya just chose not to come inside. Ruka forced her way inside. We can read my thread after this. The conversation outside is very interesting because Ruka... Okay, yeah. When her juvenile attempts at manipulation fall flat, she drops the pretense and just declares, anyway, just open the door and let me inside. Kazuya thinks of Minnie's advice to not let her in and comes up with the reasonable excuse that internship orientation and he's naked. I think we really need to think about why Kazuya thinks these two things are a reasonable way to deter Ruka and how that he fundamentally misunderstood Ruka. These excuses are also hiding the fact that Kazuya is scared of Ruka and being near him physically because he doesn't know how to resist her sexual advances. Well said. I did not talk about that. Well said. So there is this disconnect again between the characters, between what the characters say and what they want to achieve. Ruka predictably latches onto the naked part. She came by for this exact reason, to deal with her lewd desires, and she has someone on the other side of this door that she knows can get that she can get that from. Kazuya, taken aback by Ruka reaffirming of his naked excuse, denies that they are as close empathetically and tells her unequivocally to go home. And thinking he had resolved the issue with a very clear message, he goes back to getting through his internship orientation. So in this liminal moment between what Kazuya got from the conversation and what Ruka got from the conversation, we paint two different pictures. Kazuya has the worldview that if you clearly tell someone to go away, then that means that they will, because he would never not go away if told. Doesn't this literally match the 3-month time skip? Right? He seemingly got the message that he should be going away when it wasn't that simple. Right? It was not that simple. It literally directly parallels to the 3-month time skip. Kazuya wasn't necessarily being told to go away. She just didn't know how to approach him. Whereas here, he is telling her to go away. And it shows how Kazuya reads and understands people in many ways at surface level, thinking they'll just leave if you just tell them no. When that's not how people work, just as someone might not be telling you no. Maybe they don't know how to tell you yes. And rather, you need to learn how to talk to people and convey your intent very clearly. This is what polite and considerate people do, after all. Ruka, who is goal-oriented in her approach, will simply wait until he comes outside. He's got to come outside eventually, after all. It's a very childish yet effective approach. I don't care what the rules are because I have a path that will give me what I want. In this way, she is the most honest of all the characters, even if her approach is clearly evil. So Kazuya ends the orientation exhausted. He can't help but daydream. He can't help but daydream of being with Chizuru in this moment. Interesting is that here he views himself as the guy with a pointy nose, which is the visual idiom in Japanese that refers to being full of oneself. Very explicitly in the daydream, he thinks of Chizuru both wanting to marry him and wanting to sleep with him. The capable man, having the double entendre of successful in life and capable in the bedroom. These are Kazuya's real desires leaking out. Yeah. Yet he catches himself in this inflated dreaming and reminds himself to be focused. It's in this very moment of reminding himself to stay focused where he steps outside with his eyes initially closed. He's going outside, but he's blind to the dangers of doing that. Ruka slips in and slams the door behind her, even catching Kazuya's leg that he attempts to use to keep the door from being closed behind her. Kazuya, even when trying to be focused, is missing Ruka's danger. Yeah, no, this is a direct continuation from the last chapter where literally Kazuya just ignored the problem until it was at his fucking door. Kazuya's internal thoughts in this moment are very curious and tie to the chapter's title, The Girlfriend and Passion. He says, I let her in, and she's so passionate. How did I not think about this? Chizuru was jealous of Ruka because she was passionate. She said this in the 3 months too. Fuck. I totally forgot about the title name. Fuck me. Fuck. Chizuru literally said she envies Ruka because she's so passionate. Fuck. Oh. And then you see Chizuru working on her thing and being passionate about that. The two contrasting passions. And then Kazuya's passion about working towards Chizuru. Anyways. This is how Ruka... She's so passionate. She's so passionate. I think an outside observer would say that they very clearly didn't let her in. She broke in. She's not passionate. She's obsessed. This is who Kazuya is, though, at a very deep level. He's never let anyone besides himself take the blame, even when it would be the best course of action for everyone. He also assumes that everyone else is acting in a rational or polite manner like himself. When you really internalize this view of Kazuya, everything else about why he is in the very predicament that he starts in falls into place. Yeah, he's very much doing this. Then analyze Chizuru's envy. Chizuru's fundamentally misunderstanding what she's envious of. Ruka, okay, so Chizuru envies Ruka in the 3-month time skip. She's fundamentally misunderstanding Ruka. Ruka is not simply passionate about Kazuya. The passion that Chizuru sees is a facade, a lie that Ruka is doing to convince herself that she is in a real relationship with Kazuya. Chizuru envies a lie. That is the tragedy of Chizuru's envy. She's envying passion when she's the passionate one. She's envying a false passion. Ruka seems passionate, but a lot of it comes from her obsession with Kazuya. She doesn't see how Ruka is abusing Kazuya. She's literally she's basically, like I've said before, Chizuru made a crucial mistake when it comes to Ruka that parallels her mistake with Sayuri. What do I mean by this? Chizuru essentially worships Sayuri. She is literally her goal that she can never reach. Ruka is the flip of that. Ruka is this super passionate person that expresses her love outwards. What Chizuru doesn't realize is Ruka's hiding a lot. She's not actually expressing her love outwards. Much of it is Ruka expressing her insecurity outwards, framed as though it's love. A lot of it is Ruka just kind of actually being very insecure, right? A lot of it is Ruka is not expressing nearly as much love as Chizuru thinks, nor is that synonymous with love. So Chizuru's envy is ironically founded on the fact that she doesn't think she's good enough. It's not even Ruka. And Chizuru's perspective of Ruka needs to shatter, right? How she's perceiving Ruka needs to shatter because she needs to start seeing how Ruka is more like her than she realizes, in the regard that Ruka is very insecure and not actually expressing herself, and that she's hurting Kazuya. Chizuru seeing Ruka hurting Kazuya and not noticing she's hurting Kazuya is so fucking important, specifically because she hurt Kazuya without realizing it too. So Chizuru, seeing how similar Ruka is in a more destructive way that takes no responsibility whatsoever. She's the inverse of Chizuru, where she takes no responsibility whatsoever, fucking ever, spoiled to a fucking T, shows the issue. It's Chizuru needs to recognize her envy is founded on a lie, that she's misunderstanding love, right? That's not what passion is, right? It's a fundamental misunderstanding of passion. In contrast, in the end of the chapter, you see Chizuru working on her play, and that is her passion. Chizuru is passionate about plays. Chizuru is passionate about acting. That is her real passion. So you see like a false passion in the beginning of the chapter in contrast to a real passion. I think that's really important that we see Ruka dressed as a bunny girl. And the phrase that is used for Ruka as a bunny girl in the Japanese is a phrase that doesn't make sense. So the phrase in the Japanese is "anyway, I love you," or not anyway. It's slightly different. Let me pull it up. I wrote about it too. Right, so I wrote about it too. Let me pull it up. So it is. Nope, not that one. Maybe there's more under here. Come on. Damn. Where is it? Maybe it's in this thread. There it is. Okay. The words in the opening page are "come what may, I love you." This is a play on a Japanese phrase that sounds like horns on a rabbit, which doesn't make sense, so it's read as "come what may." Horns on a rabbit. Is this a rabbit? Is this passion like a rabbit? Or is this a rabbit with horns? Right? The phrase is a little subtle like that, like devil horns on a rabbit. Do you see how the phrase is like unintentionally a little dark? So Chizuru's envy of Ruka is ironic because she doesn't see the similarities between them in the mistakes that they made, but she doesn't realize that she's worshiping the wrong thing. Okay. Before we break down why that is, let's see the flip side of the chapter where there's no longer a physical barrier separating Ruka and Kazuya. Using a physical barrier is only enough to buy Kazuya time from facing Ruka. In this case, he bought 2 hours, but it mainly highlights how pulling away from Ruka via text or putting a barrier between Kazuya and Ruka will only ever delay the inevitable. This goes way beyond telling her to break up or telling her to stop. He did those things. Ruka will simply ignore the words because it doesn't change the truth. What is the truth? Ruka touching Kazuya's groin will cause Kazuya's resistance to crumble. And it's just a fact. It doesn't matter that you said no. It doesn't matter that you stopped reaching out. It doesn't matter that you put a door between her and you. When the time comes and she finds her moment to be isolated with you, she knows for a fact that touching Kazuya's groin will give her the result that she wants. Kazuya even physically attempts to put distance between him and Ruka, again in the foyer of the apartment. His choice of words in that moment is incredibly noble in the sense that he clearly is trying to be honest and that he does not want this to happen and that he cannot resist her because she's attractive. He's relying on Ruka's sense of morality to stop her from breaching his personal bubble. And then she just pops it. Pops it? Pops it. Wait, why did he put this picture? To reflect the physical distance? Weird. I can't imagine that when Ruka hears Kazuya's words, "You're very attractive," which is exactly why we can't do that again, that this only excites her rather than acts as a deterrent that Kazuya wants. Her face is blushed, but her mouth is full of hesitation. The next moment, she grabs Kazuya's crotch. Kazuya is shown to have a ghost of his desires leaving his body, while his mind is left in agony and powerlessness. There's another disconnect. His body is betraying his mind. Ruka taking advantage of his powerlessness. Give me a sec. Let me grab some water. Sure do love water. Okay. Sorry, where were we? Let's continue. Okay. There's another disconnect. His body's betraying his mind. Ruka, taking advantage of his powerlessness, sits atop Kazuya. From there, she repeatedly uses the phrase, "Haven't I been good?" in a way that is evocative of a perverted daddy dom play. She's the helpless sub in this scenario, while she playfully begs her daddy to give her a reward for her good behavior. The good behavior being the very hot, good thing of hiding the situation from Chizuru. Ruka then kisses Kazuya forcefully with the tongue in a way very reminiscent of the time Chizuru came over for an impromptu birthday dinner, and Ruka kissed Kazuya in the hallway away from everyone else. Yep, I compared those things too. So Kazuya's isolation from Ruka, I like how I just constantly have to validate myself. I'm like, yeah, I compared that too. Yeah, I figured this out too because I'm so fucking insecure. I think the reason I do it is because no one wants to give me credit for things. So I get like irritated and I want to take credit for like something I've said and I know I've said, but I have to tell the gang too. Hey, I said it too, guys. Give me some credit. I got it's a bad habit I gotta let go of. It's a bad habit I gotta let go of. So Kazuya's isolation of Ruka, Kazuya's pushing away of Ruka's physically, Kazuya's physical barriers to prevent Ruka from entering, Kazuya's clear words directing Ruka to leave, and Kazuya's insincerity in declaring that he doesn't want any of this to occur while we're all ultimately ineffective in getting Ruka to stop. The thing that works though, forcing Ruka to talk to her mom. Ruka doesn't see Kazuya as an authority, so she can ignore her words and his intentions. Ruka sees her mom as an authority, so she follows her directions quickly and politely. You can see the ultimate proof of Ruka's disconnects between her actions and her words here. She knows explicitly how to follow directions, but chooses who she will listen to, who she will listen to them from. And to further highlight how Kazuya he is currently is absolutely powerless. Now, I can't help but draw a parallel to this situation, and that's what I mean. Is like this is what I was explaining before. This is how Kazuya made himself powerless. And I was saying Kazuya is not powerless. He can do something. But he made a crucial mistake in a few instances. In some of the instances where he could have had power, he gave it up to Ruka. One such instance, and again, he's a victim, so he's not like fully aware that he's doing this. One such instance was right after he was sexually assaulted. The other was letting Ruka into his house. He unintentionally gave her power. Um, he he became like subservient to her, and a lot of it shows in the way that he approached it. For instance, when Ruka came over, he takes off his list. He takes off his goal list. He essentially gives up. The problem was is like Kazuya for much of the narrative gave up his authority to Ruka. So when he tries to take authority, it's meaningless. It doesn't matter because she doesn't view him as an authority. It's literally how children work. Where if you give up your sense of authority to the child, they won't view you as an authority. They're not going to listen. They don't care. They're not going to listen to you, you know? So with children, you have to be incredibly careful with how you approach them. And Ruka is such case where you have to be very careful with how you approach someone like Ruka, where you have to you can treat them with kindness, but you can't go giving up your full authority to them. And unfortunately, Kazuya does that. The chapter with the key is a fantastic example of this. Where here, let me pull up the chapter with the key. What does Kazuya do? Kazuya, when he's not paying attention, ends up dropping his key. Right? He drops his key and Ruka picks it up. This is the key that Chizuru gave him. Right? So she quite literally has access to his keys to his home. He unintentionally gave her the keys to his home and not paying attention to them, right? When Ruka finds out, Kazuya panics and has to lie. The key to my new place, right? He lets Ruka touch him. Ruka literally has physical authority over him because he lets her touch him instead of drawing boundaries and not letting her get close. A mistake Chizuru did not make with Umi, where she does not let him touch her ever. he doesn't get to touch her. That does not happen. She has autonomy over situations. She can draw certain lines. She got lucky and was able to protect herself when Umi came over and Kazuya and Minnie were there, right? She was able to draw certain lines. Kazuya does not do this with Ruka, unfortunately. When Ruka begs hard enough, right? When Ruka begs hard enough, he feels bad and he listens to the kid, you know? But there's points where you have to draw the line. You can't just listen to the kid and feel bad. What does he do? He says yes to her putting the pendant on his keychain, but he hands her the keychain. He hands her the key with the keychain, and she gets rid of the other one. So, look at how beautiful and cute it is. Whoop. Suddenly, it's not cute and beautiful anymore. He gave her full authority over the keys to his home. It's quite literally symbolic of how he's giving her authority on his relationship with Chizuru. Just as Chizuru feels the need to explain herself to Ruka. That's not how a relationship works. You don't give your authority over to someone else. That's not how it fucking works. You don't do that. Unfortunately, Kazuya has done that. That's the problem with Kazuya's situation with Ruka. He gave her authority over his feelings, his body, his home, and even his relationship with Chizuru. She dominates him. He's not in control. That's the key mistake he made with Ruka. He's not powerless. He let himself be powerless. He let Ruka control him. Okay. Now, I can't help but draw a parallel to the situation what happened right before Kazuya was ghosted by Chizuru. When Kazuya comes over to speak with Chizuru after Hawaiians, I want you to think about how Chizuru is essentially in the same position as Kazuya in this chapter, and how Kazuya is in Ruka's situation back then. I will take credit for writing this before having seen that. I actually did write like a whole thing about this. I don't check these, so I don't read these unless I'm with you guys. I do have to clarify that. I read these completely blind. I don't read these on my own time. So I did actually write like that whole thread that I showed you guys earlier, like completely on my own. I saw the parallels and I'm like, oh fuck, oh god. I think we wrote it at the same time. How funny. Yeah, did we write it at the same time? 3 days ago. That would have been the 13th. Oh my god, we did. We wrote a lot of the other stuff I didn't say, but I did write something very similar in regards to that. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Let's see. The first difference, okay. Kazuya rings the doorbell to announce himself just as Ruka did. The first difference is that Chizuru pretends to not be home, whereas Kazuya very clearly announces himself to Ruka. Chizuru chose to hide from Kazuya. Kazuya chose to have a conversation with Ruka. Kazuya sees the mailbox on the door and remembers the time he once looked inside the apartment and how creepy stalkerish that was. He uses that memory as a justification to not peek again. It's him setting a boundary of what is acceptable. Invading someone's privacy by peeping through the mail slot is strictly speaking illegal. But more importantly, it shows that Kazuya wants to respect Chizuru's space. So because Kazuya is willing to be a good person in the parallel scenario, Chizuru is effective at distancing herself from Kazuya. So in this respect, Kazuya and Ruka are two sides of the same coin. Choose to respect someone's space and don't get what you need and deserve. Choose to disrespect someone's space and get what you want even if you don't deserve it. And that put crudely is the world of being an adult in a nutshell. You're the most qualified and the best at your job. Too bad, because the boss's nephew got the promotion instead, even though the nephew never once missed a golf tee time at 2 p.m. You're a woman who simply wants to clock in and clock out, but you have to put up with a boss who sexually harasses you because you need the money from the job and he can fire you whenever. It doesn't matter if what people are doing is right or wrong, because ultimately who has power gets to decide who does and what. It's cruel in its simplicity. Kazuya and Chizuru are the worst kind of people equipped to survive in this reality because they both have actual integrity. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of people love to abuse kindness and integrity like that. And I think this is a story that's pretty much calling that out, where it's saying this shit is not hopeless, but you have to be able to face that stuff head on. Here's the real fucked up part of this chapter, though. Kazuya is powerless against Ruka because Ruka is giving Kazuya what he needs. Kazuya needs sex and needs someone to care for him sexually. He wants that person to be Chizuru, but his body doesn't care who he gets that stimulation of that need from. So when Ruka sexually assaults Kazuya, it works precisely because that person who is supposed to provide that relief for him isn't there to provide it for him. Chizuru was able to achieve what she wanted from her ghosting, but she's losing the thing she needs from Kazuya because of it. She was able to protect her sense of self by keeping Kazuya at arm's length, but she's missing out on the real happiness that can come from letting someone in. Well, that's not really why the ghosting happened. That's not really why the ghosting happened. And you're getting banned. Wasted my fucking time. Ugh. Wasted my fucking time. She's missing out on real happiness when it comes from letting someone in. Well, again, we've explained that scene is really not that simple. She You're not incorrect, but again, that scene is representative of depression, and so she literally can't let the person in. The door's right there, and she can't open it. It's an inverted scene where Chizuru doesn't know how to change. Let's continue. The dynamic really makes me think of one of the real moments of the Joy Polis date. Chapter 354 establishes the toner of the date through the metaphor of two different umbrellas. It's the protective barriers that both Kazuya and Chizuru put up to protect themselves from the things they see coming. It's their thoughtfulness for each other that ironically separates them, and what is needed in the moment to overcome that is doing things that could potentially reveal your true desires and leave you open to being hurt to looking foolish. In this chat, oh yeah, well, that's the reason the umbrella is there, right? That's the reason the umbrella is there in the fucking separation in the 3-month time skip. That's why that's there. Chizuru doesn't have her umbrella to protect her from the things that she sees coming. It's literally closed and locked up because she doesn't know what to expect from the other side. She's fucking terrified, right? And she literally doesn't want to be abused again, and she's really fucking vulnerable. That's why that scene is there. Her protection is gone. She's literally vulnerable and doesn't know what to expect when opening the door. She is scared shitless, right? And she just needed to feel comfortable. That was the huge part of the 3-month time skip. Yes, you're not incorrect in that she's missing out on the real happiness that can come from letting someone in. But the reason she's even afraid to open the door in the first place is because she was hurt and traumatized. So she doesn't know how to open the door. It's again literally straight up literally straight up a metaphor for depression. Like the door is right there. You can open it, but you don't feel like you can. Let's continue. It's their thoughtfulness for each other that ironically separates them, right? So they're like, oh, maybe I should ask the other person if we should share an umbrella, and they don't. Um, let's see here, yeah. And what is needed in that moment is to overcome that is doing the things that could potentially reveal your true desires and leave you open to being hurt or looking foolish. In this chapter, they literally synced in their thoughts, but they are physically separated. At the end of the day, in chapter 383, however, there's no more umbrellas. Chizuru is being carried by Kazuya. That ends up being the moment of clarity for Chizuru. Kazuya's willingness to shoulder her burdens simply because he wants to care for her without any ulterior motives. That's the alignment of love and action. So Ruka's actions serve as the dual sword in the narrative. She's effective in showing what is needed for our protagonist to move forward, but her method brings pain and perhaps peril to their whole relationship. Like I said before, Ruka is the solution, not the problem. And amidst all the baggage and the heartbreak is suddenly a reprieve of Chizuru with her trope all acting like a bunch of literal cats. The last page casts Chizuru in the apparent joy of cat kitten stretching itself on its side. So this chapter was clearly about disconnect, right? We see how words are disconnected from actions, how desire is disconnected from intentions. And I think Chizuru is supposed to be how sincerity is disconnected from acting. I haven't been in and around acting many different times, and seeing Chizuru acting like a cat in the middle of a brightly lit room while some people watch intently from chairs doesn't throw me at all. It's practically mundane in the acting world. These people, as goofy and silly as they look, are very seriously acting like cats. It could be an acting warm up. Part of acting is trying to remove yourself from the role, so as to embody the role accurately. When you act like a cat or do something else untypical in your day or day life, it helps put the actors in a headspace that's different from their own. You're merely the vessel through which the character can live in acting. Kind of like how a rental is a performance in which the character of the loving girlfriend lives in the vessel known as Chizuru Ichinose. It could also be warm ups to acting in the production of cats. It's really hard to separate the idea because this is exactly the kind of practice that you do for cats. And cats opens up a whole can of worms, literary wise and story wise. Cats the musical was created by Andrew Lloyd Webber, with the lyrics sometimes verbatim pulled from a series of poems written by T.S. Eliot for his granddaughter. The introduction of the connection to the T.S. Eliot is incredibly wild to me. T.S. Eliot is probably one of the top 5 most important writers in the past couple of centuries. His work will haunt us for as long as there is humanity to haunt. When we consider the type of cat that Chizuru would be in the play, I can't help but think she'd play Grisabella. This is a character who was once a star but has been left behind due to her aging and no longer looking like the glamorous cat she once was known as. She sings the most iconic song from the musical, Memory. Look, Cats is weird. It's about people pretending to be cats, which is really the most normal thing about it. But the actual plot is incredibly bare bones. It's about some grand cat who can take a special cat on the full moon to legally distinct from Heaviside Lair, and the full moon creates a sort of libidinal madness in all the cats being about them essentially being in heat. So, which by the way, the cats being in heat, Ruka being in heat, this like Ruka calls Chizuru a slut and shit like that. Like, come on. So the parade of characters from then on is really a bunch of vigilantes about the human condition, but it's also nonsensical at the same time because it's fucking cats. The parallel. So I've never actually seen Cats. I only know like this kind of stuff about it. The parallel to our characters being like the cats from the musical writes itself. The full moon of love has created a kind of horny, induced madness in all the characters, and we are basically following the story not for the plot, but to see how each heroine will display themselves in that state. Some we find endearing, like Sumi, some we find annoying, like Minnie, some we find absolutely repugnant, like Ruka, but they are all just cats dancing in the moonlight. And who isn't in the spotlight for most of this? That's right, our Istanbul top heroine Chizuru. She's not like the glamorous Chizuru from the beginning of the series. We can see clearly how flawed and unhaloed she truly is now. However, in the end, Glazabella is the one who is chosen to enter the Hiveside lair. It's the ineffable memories and not what you can plainly see that gets her to the end. Next time, initial load is another odd term. It's a medical term about the first injection you give for treatment, like antibiotics, being at a higher concentration than the following injection so that the body concentration of the medicine can reach the critical level more quickly. It helps to establish a baseline rapidly, essentially, in the context of the story. I can't help but think that this will relate plot wise to Kazuya's internship that was established this chapter will be happening very soon. It really gives many different ideas as to where exactly the internship could be, but should somehow tie into the idea of treatment. It could also allude to Ruka getting some treatment for her heart condition, but things might be happening simultaneously even. Well, his central flaw is also the central strength, a place to receive kindness. Kazi attracts all the girls with his ability to give them a place to belong. They kind of find safe harbor with him unconditionally. Kazuya will not judge you or blame you. He will sometimes tell you to stop, but mostly he will just support and sustain you no matter what you do to him. And that sense that you can always be safe with him ends up being a crutch for himself and the girls. Kazi can feel worthy in being support for others. The girls can get what they need from him without needing to give anything back. When you don't ask for anything in return, though, you tend to give. You tend to take it taken advantage of. Kazuya will either learn that you have to put his needs ahead of others, or will continue to completely be stripped of everything that makes him Kazuya. And this idea is why I'm so worried about a T.S. Eliot reference. His famous poem is The Hollow Man. The poem ends with his warning, not with a bang, but with a whimper. Oh, Jesus. And that's the real danger that Kazuya is in right now. He's being spiritually degraded by continuing to be steadfast in his role as to give as the giving tree. If you continue to let society mold you or follow the path of least resistance, it will hollow you out. You will become the hollow man. The tragedy is that already happened. That already happened. That already happened in Hawaiians. That literally already happened in Hawaiians. And while Chizuru started helping him fill himself back up, it's been emptying out all over again. The hollow men are filled with nothing, whom amongst us have felt twingle of something similar, to become so passive in our lives that we cease to matter at all, to have to push back against it constantly, or it will consume you. And that's what Kazuya will have to do to avoid the fate of the hollow man. He will have to break the rules like Ruka does. He will have to selfishly pursue what he wants and what he needs, because there are lies what really because there are lies what really fills him, and to give up on what will be to give up onto himself. How does he get there? Well, as I've said before, the piece for doing that have been so meticulously laid for him already. Maybe the initial load will finally be the treatment that gets him started. Yeah. Um, let's see. How does Kazuya fill the sinkholes? Not. It's a layered topic. It's not really very simple. But yeah, here let's read my thread really quick where I talk about like the similarities between the 3 months. Um, so I just realized 423 released right as the 3 month time skip is adapted into the anime. It's reversed. So the only reason I thought of this is because this was right before we streamed watching the anime, and I had seen some clips from the 3 months and people talking about it, and I'm like, wait a fucking second. The way people are talking about Kazuya and what Kazuya says back then was like identical to what Ruka's doing right now. And I'm just like, oh fuck! Oh fuck! So I just like wrote this whole thing. What does Kazuya say during the 3 months? He didn't want Chizuru to think he's a stalker. Now Ruka does these things. Kazuya doesn't want Chizuru to see him as to him. He is placed in Chizuru's position in order to start things differently. His words when he was with Sumi were correct. He didn't realize how correct, but also how he isn't like Ruka, and how Ruka and Mami were the real source of the 3 months, things he never considered. But but now I wonder, maybe I've only thought about this from a guy's perspective when it comes to sounding lame, and girls feel completely different. What he doesn't realize is he's not considering why Chizuru felt different. Right? He's like, okay, girls feel different about this. You don't understand how different. Right? You don't understand how differently the girls feel about this. Right? In that case, it's working against me to be so self-conscious about it. I just have to consider the timing and place and occasion. Be okay with breaking the rules. Ruka is placed in Kazuya's position and taking every advantage. You'll notice how Chizuru sat right next to the door and wanted to open it. Chapter 232, verses 424. The light shining through. A perfect example of depression. The door is right there, but you can't open it. Kazuya doesn't want to. Kazuya doesn't want to open the door. He doesn't like the person on the other side. She's not light but darkness to him. She traps him in darkness, literally making his soul leave his body, an embodiment of death. Appearing in chapter 424, the chapter of death, because 4 can be read like death, and inverse of chapter 244. 244 is all about the connection people can share even through a phone. How they can connect to one another even though they were never in the same place. This is really interesting because Ruka is in the same place with Kazuya in chapter 244, and she's completely disconnected from him. They're completely on different wavelengths. 424 is how even though two people are in the same place, they don't see each other at all, but both ignoring the other's feelings. Ruka ignores Kazuya's rejections and latches on to the fact that he finds her attractive. Kazuya literally tries to ignore Ruka at the door and latches onto his work, but Ruka never left. She merely waited for him to open up, abusing his vulnerability, something that was visually shown with Chizuru, as she sat right next to a closed umbrella, the rain woman with no umbrella to protect her, showing how despite closing the door, Chizuru felt vulnerable. On the other hand, Kazuya was naked at the door, Ruka's home, right? Or sorry, Kazuya was naked at the door. Chizuru's home, safety she doesn't want used again, right? So Kazuya was literally naked at the door. Chizuru had her umbrella closed at the door. The rain woman, who has no umbrella, and the man who was just sexually abused naked at the door, right? Chizuru didn't want her home abused again. Chizuru wanted to open the door and let someone in, but she was afraid of her home being abused again. Because what did Ruka do? Exactly the same thing to her. She ran into her home and pushed her down just like Kazuya. Why do you think Chizuru tells him to close the door in chapter 240? Suddenly it all lines up. Remember how Ruka pushed Chizuru into her home, right? She grabbed her keys, pushed her into her home, and then threw a fucking condom at her. It's almost like Ruka literally abused Chizuru's home against her. And it's like Chizuru being afraid of that makes a lot of sense considering Ruka just on her fucking case. In her room, in the bathroom. So was Mommy. Chizuru had no place of sanctuary and safety. So she felt very cornered and scared. Chizuru even tells him it's to avoid Ruka. Suddenly, you start realizing why Chizuru closed the door and was afraid to open it. Because Mommy cornered her in the restroom constantly, and Ruka constantly cornered her in what was supposed to be her room in Hawaiians. Something Kazuya also did without meaning to. Did you notice that? Kazuya in Hawaiians regularly tries to confess to Chizuru at the worst times while she is going through something. Even in the final chapter of Hawaiians, he corners her in her room and she leaves. This is the final chapter of Hawaiians. He walks into the room and she just needed a fucking minute. And he walks in and all he sees are her lips. How fitting. What is the thing he notices with Ruka this chapter? He looks at her lips. When they first got to Hawaiians, or sorry, this is before Hawaiians, this is chapter 180. She just got home from work. And he comes up to her and he wants to confess to her. And she freaks the fuck out and runs back into her room. Right? This happened right as she got home. He scared the shit out of her. Like, he's looking at her like all serious, all blushing. And he's like, what the fuck? Is he going to confess? Jesus Christ. They get to Hawaiians. He pulls it again. He gets her into the room. He accepts sharing a room with her. She's confused. She's like, what are you doing? We should not do it this way. And he just turns to confess and she freaks the fuck out and runs into the bathroom. Did you notice that? She runs to the bathroom because the bathroom becomes her only sanctuary. That's the only place where she can feel safe, and Mommy abuses that. The one place Chizuru feels a sense of safety in Hawaiians because she doesn't feel safe in her room because Kazuya is trying to fucking confess becomes a place of terror because Mommy starts abusing that. So suddenly Chizuru isolating in her room starts making a whole lot of sense. Suddenly Chizuru isolating in her room makes a whole lot of sense. Chizuru's emotions get jumbled up, right? Do you see how Chizuru's emotions get jumbled up? She got afraid of opening up because she's constantly has her vulnerability abused, then comforted. A twisted tug of war where she can't tell who to trust and who to open up to. Exactly like Kazuya now, who is being tossed around exactly like she was. Right? I was talking about this before. One second she loses her swimsuit, and Kazuya helps her put it back on, and she trusts him with that. The next second, Mommy abuses her sense of trust and tells her, oh no, I'm not actually manipulating you. Oh, no, I'm not actually a bad person. Come on, I'm on your side. Why'd you treat me like that? One second, you have Nagomi saying, because you're right here, your family's right here, Chizuru's son. The next second, literally a day after, if what Mommy Dono says is true, then I'm not letting this go. For her sake, there's no way I can let this go. You're fucking dead. One second, I'm your family. The next second, I'm gonna fucking disown you. One second she's your family, the next she's gonna fucking disown you because she doesn't like something that she doesn't even understand. Look at this fucking whiplash. This is a lady who just told you, I'm your family, I'm here for you, don't feel like you're alone. You're fucking alone. I don't care about you. How dare you do this? This is not family. And her feelings were literally abused and used. No shit, Chizuru wants to fucking isolate. It's not just because she's afraid of happiness. She's literally been abused, dude. She's a fucking victim. Ruka took Chizuru's key, pushed her into her own home, lied to her that she had sex with Kazuya, and threw a condom wrapper at her. Used her niceness when pushing Kazuya to date Ruka against Chizuru, and then even leveraged rental as a reason Chizuru can't like him. Right? Chizuru snatches the key, pushes Chizuru into her home, and knocks her on the floor. This can't be good for you. A rental girlfriend staying overnight with a client, or Kazuya is something more than a client to you, Chizuru-san. Chizuru freaks, lies, like you saw this grandma, she was super excited about this too. Ruka gets pissed that Chizuru lies to her, throws the condom at her. You've got the wrong idea. I heard you guys back then when you gave him that big push, and I'll have you know that's far late for regrets now. Who's really the villain here, right? And people wonder why Chizuru said she can't fall in love with a client. It's not like both Ruka and Mommy made her feel horrible for not only having feelings for him, but just that desire to kiss him. If this sounds familiar, it should. It's exactly like Kazuya now, who feels terrible for even feeling anything. All right? Ruka's like, you fucking cucked me. What the hell? How you're the one who said we should date and shit. Fuck you. You're the one who takes every fucking advantage every moment you get. Why is it Chizuru's fucking fault when you're doing this? You're a goddamn hypocrite. Right? Ruka is just like, oh, you're the one who pushed him to date me back then. Well, you just said it's fine if they're dating, so what's the problem? Right? She's being a total hypocrite. 2 seconds ago, before this scene, she told them, oh, it's cool. They're dating, guys. Why don't we just let it go? And then Chizuru kisses him. Oh, but Chizuru pushing you to date Kazuya is now bad because it doesn't affect you positively? You see how selfish she is? Right? People with integrity get used. People with kindness and integrity get used. But that's the thing. When you're kind, you're true to yourself, and you're okay with breaking some rules because you're honest to yourself and you know what you want. This is niceness. This isn't kindness. This is niceness. Chizuru is being fucking nice. Right? Mommy runs in, calls her a whore, says all these horrible things to her. And people just never think this impacted Chizuru in any way. Like, you guys hear like 2 comments in the morning on like, you know, a fucking post that you made on Reddit or on Twitter, and they're mean as shit, and you probably feel like crap. And it gets to you and it bothers you. But somehow a girl screaming at you in the restroom that you're a prostitute, an alley hooker, or a whore, and she demeans your work and says you're a terrible person and you're arrogant and you're a piece of crap, and that doesn't bother you? You think that's not gonna bother her in some fucking way? When a comment on a YouTube channel or like a Reddit post bothers you. Think about that for a second, right? Kazuya hated his own desires, and Ruka made him feel worse for it by making him nut. In contrast, Chizuru kissed Kazuya and liked it, and Ruka made her feel horrible for it by saying she cucked her, leading Chizuru to say, I'm sorry, twice, just like Kazuya says it in his head. Look at these 2 scenes. Look at how fucking identical these 2 scenes are. I'm sorry. Huh? I'm sorry. Look at her look down. She feels ashamed. Look at Kazuya. This is ruining everything. I don't think I could ever get it back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, as he looks down in shame. Do you see the parallels? He's starting to understand what Ruka has put Chizuru through this entire fucking time. There's even a direct parallel in this chapter between what Kazuya was on top of Chizuru and when Ruka was on top of him. Kazuya stops himself from acting on desire. Ruka takes full advantage. Kazuya is where Chizuru was. Ruka where he was. And it leaves him scared to feel good. He hates himself as Chizuru hated herself. Minnie didn't even know what Chizuru went through. She just knew Chizuru felt guilty over Ruka. Not that Ruka and Mommy abused her. It's exactly this now with Kazuya. Minnie doesn't know Kazuya was assaulted. She just thinks he had sex due to how Kazuya tells Minnie the story. Right? And look at this. Nothing feels worse than hating yourself. He remembers what Chizuru said. Minnie, upon hearing what Kazuya says, screams to everyone that he has sex with Ruka. What the fuck? Right? Minnie thinks he has sex due to how Kazuya tells Minnie the story. Exactly like how Chizuru tells Minnie the story. Minnie doesn't actually know what happened. She only heard it from the victim, who doesn't realize they were abused because they feel guilty. Minnie never considers it's due to bias on gender and dynamics. I hurt her really badly. Listen to what Kazuya says. I'm honestly surprised at myself. Ever since then, I felt so much guilt towards Mizuhara. Just as Mizuhara felt so much guilt towards Ruka. I'm the one who started this mess, which is why I'd never forgive myself if I didn't put a stop to it. Chizuru didn't simply start this mess, Ruka did. Chizuru didn't start this mess, Ruka fucking did. Ruka's the one who chased Kazuya. Ruka is the one who wanted to be in a relationship with him. Ruka is the one who blackmailed him. Ruka is the one who cried like a little baby when she didn't get what she wanted. Is it really Chizuru who started all this? Chizuru merely facilitated it. Just as Kazuya just as Kazuya agreed. Kazuya also made a choice. Yeah, she pushed him into it. She didn't fucking start this. No, if anything, Kazuya started everything. He's the one who rented Chizuru. He's the one who brought her to his grandmother, which in turn led to him leading to meeting Curry and Kibe, which in turn led to Curry renting Ruka. Yeah, Chizuru didn't end the lies. There you go. So you can tie that to Chizuru. We can't say Ruka is all Chizuru's fault. Fuck out of here. All Chizuru did was just tell him date her. That's it. He could have said no. Instead, he chose to listen. Oh, look, we're back where we started. Why? He could have just said no. He could have chosen not to listen to Chizuru. He could have just been like, nope, I'm not interested in her. Sorry. I feel bad for her. I'm not interested in her. Oh, look, it's almost exactly what he said in Hawaiians. He let Ruka walk all over him. Minnie says she heard stuff went down with Mommy. Not that Mommy actually did anything, because Kazuya does not know and is in denial, and Chizuru never spoke about it to anyone. So Minnie has a very surface level understanding of the situation, while we should know better, but we don't. She went with you to Hawaiians, right? She played a pretty big role, huh? I haven't heard much about it, though. Kazuya is made into a joke in chapter 424. It's by design. Look at how absolutely demeaning it is to him. It's almost tasteless by design. It's using Kazuya's comedic nature against him in a similar way and letting him and literally leaving him in the garbage dump. And we are powerless to change anything. We as viewers are but observers in the story, exactly like Kazuya is an observer in his own home and body, slowly but surely. This eroticism isn't so enticing, is it? Suddenly, what Ruka is doing is becoming more and more wrong. Even people who liked it before feel it is wrong. Just look at how Ruka steps over him and leaves him lying on the floor. All she cares about is more time to be with him while he looks unconscious. It's tonal whiplash by design, because it's not erotic no matter how much focus is given to kissing. The story demands we look past that. Just as the reality of Ruka catches up to Kazuya, the reality of Ruka's mom catches up to her. She can't escape her authority, just as Kazuya can't escape Ruka. He must confront her and free himself from her bondage. In that same way, we as viewers are challenged to do the same. For our attachment binds us to the truth we need to for our attachment blinds us to the truth we need to face. That these characters are messy and complicated, that eroticism doesn't excuse assault, that just because something looks hot and we think we want it, it doesn't mean it's right or the person it's happening to wants it. This being a shonen rom-com further nails this home, as many shonen rom-coms focus on merely fulfilling this fantasy. And while that's fine, it can also fail to show how it's not always sunshine and rainbows with forming bonds, that naively forcing it like this can be destructive. Rent a Girlfriend blurs the lines here in a very intentional way, making it hard to tell what's right and what's wrong. Some will try to defend this, some will call it evil. It's a layered exploration of how romanticizing love can lead to destroying it in the pursuit. That there is more, there is a lot more here. There is more I'd like to discuss, but we'll call it here for today. But let's just write some of this stuff down. Ruka thinking her relationship with Kazuya will suddenly pop if it ends, not realizing she's destroying it, mirroring Kazuya's fear of his relationship with Chizuru just magically popping and ending like that. I can't, yeah, so there's this one. Maybe the nature of Chizuru versus the 3 months, from joy and light to sad and shadow, right? So I think there's supposed to be a parallel between these two scenes. She's completely alone and isolated in her home here. She's surrounded by people and looking dumb as a cat. And I think that's a fascinating contrast to strike between these two scenes. So this was interesting. Now, it's getting a little late, so I'll probably continue from tomorrow. We'll probably do a recap. So let's see what I'm at. About 4 hours. I'll probably do a recap of reading this and like reading some of the stuff that we read, and then we'll continue from there. Whereas you started this by writing and drawing this manga. Fuck you. That's the best part, though. I love your content. Oh, thank you. Hello, Pokenheimer. Pokenheimer. Interesting. Man, just checking and Rico's becoming worse and worse. Will this end up together to achieve the situation like this? I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. Okay. So I think I'll call it here for now. At some point, I'd like to continue Kingdom Hearts. Maybe we can continue it on Monday. Yeah, maybe I'll continue Kingdom Hearts on Monday. And we'll see from there. And I think that's it for today. Nothing much more to say. Wait, did that rhyme? I think that's it for today. Nothing more to say. Ooh, there's a sale on Final Fantasy 14. It's the sale. It's just the game is 50% off, and then you can get the original Fat Chocobo. Follow this, and then repost this post. Okay. I'll just repost it. Give me the Fat Chocobo! Wonder if the English version is doing it too. Nope. It is not. Oh well. So yeah. How's everybody else doing? How's everybody else taking care of themselves today? Everyone doing dandy? What's y'all's goals? What are you doing? I'm currently working on saving up for a Switch 2. I'd like to get a Switch 2 before the price goes up, because the price is going to go up soon. I'm hoping to do it by my next paycheck, which should be good. I'll probably also get like the thingamajig where the protection or something. I don't know if it's like worth it to get the protection for it or not, but maybe it's a good idea. Personally, I'm trying to get into drawing more just to keep things fun and active. Yeah, I mean, I want to learn music. I want to learn drawing. I want to learn Japanese. There's a lot I want to do. But, of course, doing none of them. Oh, I'm also thinking of getting into Final Fantasy 11, the MMO. I already own it on PC. I just gotta install it. But I hear it's a very difficult game, but also not super difficult at the same time. Very different from 14. Anywho, I think that's it for now. I'm gonna call it for now, gang, and I'll see you guys later tomorrow. I'll try to stream a lot earlier tomorrow, so we can get into more of this stuff. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. Maybe at some point I'll play Smash Brothers. Maybe at some point we'll play Smash Brothers. I'll just make a lobby, and you guys can play with me and kick your ass, kick your butt. Great streaming you on. Have a good night, everyone. You too. Thank you, Urban. Always enjoy your goodbye posts. You have a nice night as well.